a woof sound. Snowball is so great. Lin Jinian smiled as she gently patted Snowball's back and lightly tapped her round bottom. The small electric butt is soft and bouncy, and feels great to touch. Li Suhua noticed Lin Jinian's little action, and she hurriedly brushed off Lin Jinian's hand, picking up the snowball. Don't hit the child indiscriminately. Lin Jinian's face turned slightly red as she looked at the plump little ball that had been picked up again. In front is a bulging belly, and behind is a perky butt. With such a curvy figure, who can resist sneaking a hit? It's time to eat. At this moment, Lin Songyuan stood at the door, lightly knocking on it. Kai Yue stood behind Lin Songyuan. The two had just finished a game of chess, and the housekeeper said that dinner was ready. Today, Lin Songyuan had a thoughtful son-in-law accompanying him, and his cold expression couldn't hide his smile as he called out to Li Suhua. After having dinner with Lin Jianian, he turned back and said to Kai Yue, "Wait a moment, I will go get a bottle of wine." Kai Yue, "Okay, Dad." Lin Songyuan asked Li Suhua, "Can we have a drink today?" Li Suhua ignored Lin Songyuan, her expression returning to its usual coldness and pride. Lin Jinian blinked at Kai Yue, who responded with a helpless yet funny expression. Over the years, Lin Songyuan had long been accustomed to Li Suhua's indifference. He had tried to mend their relationship, but always found himself at a loss, with little effect. He rubbed his nose and asked Li Suhua if he could hug Zhu Tuan for a moment. Zhu Tuan was busy munching on her fingers. She thought it wouldn't be a problem to give her grandpa a hug. After all, even though he didn't talk to her or play with her, he bought her a small gift today. Li Suhua pulled Zhu Tuan's little hand out of her mouth, her chubby fingers still glistening with some shiny saliva. While wiping Snow Tuan's little hands, she sarcastically said, "Snow Tuan, Grandma told you, you are a cute little pig. Apart from Grandma, anyone who approaches you wants to turn you into crispy pork belly or meat rolls, so keep your distance from them." Snow Tuan wrinkled her little eyebrows like an earthworm and said in a baby voice, "Awa." Lin Jinian and Kai Yue. Lin Songyuan scratched his head. "What? I'm not that bad, am I? The meal at my grandparents' house was just too quiet." At the dining table, Dad and Mom, along with my grandparents, were quietly eating, while she was being held by Aunt Zhao on the side, obediently drinking milk. For a moment, the whole space was filled only with the soft sounds of chopsticks and bowls clinking, the gentle clinking of wine glasses, and the soft suckling sound of drinking milk. While drinking milk, she curiously looked at the adults. How strange, why is everyone not talking? The quiet atmosphere made her feel quite uncomfortable. As soon as Zhu Tuan finished the last sip of milk, she couldn't wait to do tilde. The four adults, hearing the sound, turned their attention to Zhu Tuan. They saw the little bundle sitting in Aunt Zhao's arms, her big eyes sparkling, with some milky residue still around her little mouth, while her short legs, wrapped in gray cotton socks, happily swung left and right. Clearly, she wanted to play with the adults. Li Suhua hurriedly put down her chopsticks, picked up Zhu Tuan, and continued to eat while holding her. Snowball sat in Grandma's arms, full of curiosity as she watched Grandma eat. Every time Grandma picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, she deliberately waved it in front of Snowball and patiently introduced each type of food by name. Then everyone saw Snowball open her little mouth and start drooling. Her big eyes were filled with longing, staring at the food right in front of her that she couldn't eat, with drool dripping down. What delicious things are the adults eating? Why won't they let her have a taste? After waiting for a while, they still didn't bring the food to her mouth, and Snowball awkwardly scratched her little head. Li Suhua hurriedly wiped Snowball's drool, while Lin Jinian helplessly said, "Silly Snowball, you can start eating solid food when you're half a year old. Don't be in such a hurry." After wiping away the drool, Snowball still stared unblinkingly at her grandma, and as she kept staring, Snowball suddenly raised her little round hand. Kai was the first to notice Snowball's little action, but since he was sitting at the other end of the round table, it was too late to stop her. Zhu Tuan grabbed Lee Suhua's arm with one hand. Although her fleshy hand was small, her palm was thick and particularly strong. With a slap, Lee Suhua's chopsticks wobbled, and a piece of roasted duck brushed against Zhu Tuan's fingers, landing right on her chubby thigh. Zhu Tuan was extremely happy and immediately licked her little hand that was covered in oil. However, the taste of the roasted duck was too overwhelming for her, and Zhu Tuan quickly wrinkled her brow in disgust, even sticking out her tongue in an attempt to spit out the taste. Lin Jianian tidied up the little mess and said helplessly, "Zhu Tuan, how can you be so greedy?" Kai Yue lightly curved her lips and stood up to walk in front of Lee Suhua. "I'll take her to wash her hands." Lee Suhua, however, hugged Zhu Tuan and stood up, shaking her head at Kai Yue. "I'll take her." As Lee Suhua took Zhu Tuan to wash her hands, she babbled on, saying, "You really look like your mother when she was young, always so greedy, just like a little kitten." The Snowball with a soft and delicate voice pouted, "Owl." Looking at the figures of the grandfather and grandson, Lin Songyuan suddenly interjected, "Zhu Tuan is very much like you when you were young. Do you remember when you were 1.5 years old you accidentally choked while stealing jelly? Your mother and I were terrified. We rushed you to the hospital at 3:30 in the morning. Luckily you were fine." Kai Yue smiled. "Oh, is Lin Jianian quite greedy?" Lin Songyuan, having drunk a couple of glasses, excitedly recounted some amusing stories from Lin Jianian's childhood. He said she was quite mischievous when she was young. She would climb trees and even dared to jump down from them, which ultimately led to her getting 3 stitches at the hospital. Lin Songyuan's eyes carried a hint of drunkenness as he reminisced about many little moments from Lin Jinian's childhood. When Lin Jinian was as small as a snowball, his relationship with Lee Suhua was still quite harmonious, and the 3 of them lived happily together, but alas, time never returns. Lin Jinian lowered her gaze and gently sighed in her heart. She could see that Lee Suhua's excessive pampering of Zhu Tuan today was, in a way, a form of compensation, a compensation for Lin Jinian's childhood and adolescence. During Lin Jinian's high school years, the relationship between Lee Suhua and Lin Songyuan had plunged to freezing point, as if they had become completely unrelated strangers. Otherwise, Lee Suhua wouldn't have said things like, "If it weren't for Nian, I would have long since parted ways with Lin Songyuan." Although Lin Jinian felt much better after complaining about her parents with Yang Shuang on the rooftop, she did not hurry home after school that afternoon. Instead, she wandered aimlessly around the campus. What's the point of going home? It's either fighting or a cold war at home. It's much more comfortable to stay at school. Sometimes she couldn't understand why her parents, despite lacking feelings for each other, never got divorced. Was it really because of her? Did they worry that their situation would affect her studies because she was preparing for the college entrance examination? Her mind was a jumble of thoughts, tangled and chaotic. She just wanted to find a comfortable place to sit quietly. As the sun sets, the bustling campus during the day seems to be coated with a warm yellow filter, and the evening breeze carries a touch of tenderness. It was at that moment that Lin Jianian unconsciously walked to the basketball court. The basketball court was hosting a class-friendly match, and a splash of bright red instantly lit up her eyes among the sea of people. Lin Jianian paused, and her dim eyes seemed to ignite into 2 clusters of flames at that moment. Under a magnificent blaze of sunset clouds, the young man walked swiftly. He wore a red basketball jersey with the number 17, a black headband on his forehead, and his long, graceful calf muscles were taut with power. He jumped up lightly like a swallow, and with his veiny arms he launched the basketball with great force. Accompanied by a beautiful parabolic arc, the basketball landed steadily into the hoop. Suddenly, bursts of cheers erupted around, but Kai Yue smiled indifferently. The young man's strikingly handsome and bold features were free of any gloom, radiating with vigor and enthusiasm. Lin Jianian quietly slipped into the basketball court when no one was watching. For some reason, she felt a shyness that she was unwilling to admit and sat in a corner of the last row where no one was. She pulled out a sketchbook she had just bought yesterday from her backpack and, like a thief, concealed it within her Chinese literature book. Everyone was focused on watching the basketball game, but she was bent over sketching. As the pen strokes fell, she created the first portrait of Kai Yue. In the drawing, the young man had a lazy smile, holding a bottle of chilled mineral water against the back of his neck to cool down. This was exactly the scene that had left the deepest impression on Lin Jianian when Kai Yue took a break during the basketball match. Lin Jianian carefully drew each stroke, and at that moment she finally understood why so many girls around her were obsessed with chasing stars. It turned out that chasing stars was about seeing in another person the qualities one lacks but has always longed to possess. Her thoughts were very clear. Besides having a youthful affection for Kai Yue, she wished to become someone like Kai Yue. Full of confidence, spirited, free-spirited, and brimming with vibrant vitality. Lin Jinyan was completely focused on her painting, completely unaware that the basketball game had already ended. It wasn't until a relaxed voice from a boy reached her ears that she suddenly came to her senses. "Hey, language class representative." Lin Jinyan was indeed taken aback, the pencil marks smudging on the sketch paper. She quickly closed her language book as if hiding some secret. Kai Yue stood a few steps away, and the teenager who had just finished an intense workout exuded a unique, rich, and pure essence of youth, a blend of vibrant vitality and youthful hormones. Lin Jianian's cheeks flushed from this aura, and she visibly turned red. Kai Yue's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of awkwardness or perhaps nervousness in his brows and eyes. "Do you want a Coke?" the young man asked in a somewhat cocky tone. Li Mingzhu bought an extra bottle. Lin Jinyan pursed her lips and reached out her hand to take the bottle of ice soda that was emitting cold smoke. Their fingers touched on the glass bottle and immediately separated. Lin Jinyan felt the warm, rough fingertip of the boy. At that moment, her fingertips trembled as if electrocuted, and her heart also fluttered slightly. She looked flustered, not knowing where to put her gaze, so she had to look away and quietly thanked Kai Yue. Lin Jinyan twisted open the cap of the cola bottle, and with a hissing sound, a refreshing and sweet aroma instantly filled the air. She took a small sip. The carbonated drink slid down her esophagus, and her dry lips gradually regained their luster under the nourishment of the icy liquid. The two sat in the bleachers of the basketball court, sharing a soda, when Kai Yue suddenly asked, "Did you watch the game just now?" Lin Jinyan nodded. "I did." "Can you play basketball?" Lin Jinyan hesitated and said, "I can't play." After a pause, she mustered her courage to ask, "What about you? Why do you like playing basketball?" Kai Yue slightly lifted his chin, his gaze looking into the distance, and casually picked up the basketball at his feet, tossing it not far away. The orange-red basketball bounced on the ground, scattering a few black ants. "I like playing basketball because every arc it traces in the air is like the ups and downs of life." The boy got up and jogged to pick up the basketball that had fallen on the ground. He bent his knees and jumped, applying gentle force with his forearm. The basketball cut through the fiery clouds at the horizon, and with a clang, it fell steadily into the hoop again. Kai Yue looked back at Lin Jijian, who was sitting in the stands, and grinned brightly. "Did you understand? Life is like shooting a basketball against the force of gravity. What matters is not whether it goes in, but the unwavering posture when you take off." Although this shooting posture and these words are largely about showing off. But Lin Jianian was still struck by his handsomeness. Lin Jianian smiled gently, and the gloom in her heart was swept away, instantly feeling a sense of clarity. That day, on the number 10 bus back home, she drank the last bit of cola, and there seemed to be a certain explosive excitement in the carbonated bubbles. Outside the window, night fell, the lights began to shine and the neon lights flickered. Lin Jinyan wrote a name that no one could see with his fingertip on the bus window. Lin Jinyan, do you want to drink some cola? Yeah, Tilda. Lin Jinyan raised her eyes and saw Kai Yue holding a snowball with one hand. The man's outfit leaned towards an American tough guy style, while the little one in his arms had a sweet and cool vibe. The snowball was wearing clothes designed by Lin Jinyan, a silver-gray striped jumpsuit paired with gray cotton socks, and a stylish hairpin with small diamond beads tied on her little head. The father and daughter were dressed in a strangely harmonious way today, like a kangaroo dad holding a baby kangaroo. Lin Jinyan was amused by her sudden burst of imagination. Kai Yue raised her eyebrows in slight confusion and lifted the Coke in her hand, asking, "Do you want some Coke?" After finishing lunch, the family of three said goodbye to Li Suhua and Lin Songyuan and went to a nearby large supermarket to stroll around, planning to purchase some baby supplies and daily necessities. The snowball's big eyes refocused on the Coke held by Dad. Her chubby little hooves kicked hard, and her small round claws reached forward, trying to grab the Coke bottle. Owo Tilda. Although this bottle looked like it would be hard to drink from, Dad had already asked her twice if she wanted some. Just give some face to the adults, okay, Tilda? Kai Yue reacted quickly and pulled back his hand, tossing the bottle of cola into the shopping cart. Zhu Tuan, I'm not asking you, I'm asking your mother. Zhu Tuan. Zhu Tuan's small face flushed red with anger, her little fists clenched tightly into soft, round balls, looking a bit upset. If it's not for her, then why wave it in front of her? Just like that dish Grandma served at noon, if it's not for her to eat, why let her smell it? Adults are really unreasonable. Snowball's little face was puffed up with anger. Lin Jai, with a young heart, pinched her puffed face, smiling as she explained to the cub, "Silly Snowball, adult drinks are very hard to drink, they taste spicy, you definitely can't get used to it. You can only have milk at 4 months, but when you turn 6 months and start having solid food, I promise to make delicious things for you, okay?" Aunt Zhao followed behind the family of three and couldn't help but add, "That's right, starting from 6 months old you can taste adult food. By then, Auntie will make you pumpkin juice and corn juice, which will definitely taste better than cola." Zuduan didn't know if she understood the adult's words. She straightened her feet and kicked twice, looking fierce. Lin Jinyan intentionally reached down to tickle her soles, and Zuduan immediately burst out laughing again. Her big eyes smiled into crescent moons, her face flushed pink, like a delicate doll, attracting passers-by to stop and take a few more glances at her. Kai Yue's lips curled slightly, teasingly saying, "Oh, Zhu Tuan, you are really generous, huh? Why are you laughing so soon?" Lin Jinyan. Doesn't this man feel uncomfortable if he doesn't make his daughter angry for a whole day? Zhu Tuan felt her father's cruel sarcasm. She was furious, but her feet were too itchy, so she could only laugh while being angry. HMPH. Zuduan thinks she is super generous. After being bullied by the nasty adult, she just smiled it off. During the shopping process at the supermarket, Zuduan was hanging on her dad the whole time. She was too excited because it was a rare outing and kept moving around in her dad's arms. Lin Jinyan was picking out a baby bottle cleaner for Zuduan when she turned around to take a look at the fidgety little one. The big, bright eyes of the snowball are looking around, and a pair of chubby little feet wrapped in gray cotton socks are kicking back and forth with energy, while little round hands are waving in the air. Kai Yue frowned slightly, lowering the brim of her duckbill cap and said, "Kai Zhu, can you stop kicking around? You've wrinkled Dad's clothes." Lin Jai Nian immediately supported Zhu Tuan. "How is Zhu Tuan kicking around? She is doing it in rhythm, okay? Listen, Isn't the rhythm of her kicking feet very similar to the background music in the supermarket? She's keeping the beat. Aunt Zhao was also successfully brainwashed. What the lady said is really not wrong. Zhu Tuan is actually dancing. She's a natural dancer and will definitely become a star in the future. Lin Jian looked at her perfect little child with pride on her face. Hee hee, my understanding daughter has already taught herself ballet. The snowball's little chest puffed up proudly. Her pink and glutinous little face brimmed with confidence. Kai Yue. No, can Lin Jian's mother filter be turned down a bit? With such short legs, are you sure you can do ballet? Today, Zhu Tuan has been out for a long time. Although she is mostly held securely in an adult's arms, the little one cannot stay still for a moment. She always takes the opportunity to touch the shopping cart handle when the adults are not paying attention, or quietly gets close to the snacks in the shopping cart with her little feet clad in gray cotton socks. After the first exploration, the snowball stuffed her meaty fingers into her mouth and began to suck on them with great enjoyment. She still didn't know how she lost a cotton sock, performing a live show for the adults by munching on her toes, smacking her lips as she ate happily. Although Kai Yue knows that this is a normal exploratory phenomenon for a 4-month-old baby, her mild obsession with cleanliness makes her frown tightly, and she can't help but pull the chubby baby's little feet out of her mouth, complaining, "Snowball, can we be a bit more hygienic? Your hands and feet haven't been washed, they're really dirty." Snowball's delicate little brows slightly furrowed inwards, her big eyes sparkling with light, her mouth wet with drool as she babbled in baby language, her little expression filled with anger. HMPH, she's not dirty at all. Mom says every day that she is a fragrant little treasure, and she loves to nibble on her little hands and feet, and Mom also likes her little hands and feet. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyan immediately pulled out a wet wipe to clean Snowball's little hands and feet, furrowed her brows and retorted, "Our Snowball is definitely not dirty." She bit her lip, almost blurting out her usual peculiar behavior. She loves to smell Snowball's unwashed original flavored little paws because they carry a milky fragrance mixed with a strange scent reminiscent of steamed cakes. After being scolded by Dad, Snowball immediately looked at Mom with a pitiful ow. Lin Jinyan felt heartbroken and immediately snatched the soft little dumpling from Kai Yue's arms, holding it in her own, softly coaxing, "Good Zhu Tuan, fragrant Zhu Tuan, let's not pay attention to Daddy. Daddy is talking nonsense." With such a fragrant and soft daughter, she could never love her enough. How could she bear to say a harsh word to her? Zhu Tuan gently rubbed her fine hair against her mother's neck, her small round paws climbing on her mother's soft shoulders, her plump little tummy pressed tightly against her mother's chest, recklessly acting spoiled. She even stretched out one bare foot from her mother's embrace, stomping it a few times at Daddy like a little warrior showing off. Kai Yue bent down to pick up the sock that had been knocked off. He crossed his arms over his chest and made a light scoffing sound. Her mom just spoils her. The more spoiled, the more indulgent. After returning home from the supermarket, the Snowball became increasingly clingy, with a body as chubby as a meatball. Clinging tightly to her mother, completely unwilling to come down. Aunt Zhao reached out to hug her, but Zhu Tuan pouted and refused. She twisted her round little waist, desperately trying to drill into her mother like a little electric drill, even turning her stubborn little bottom towards Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao. With no way out against Zhu Tuan's clinginess, Lin Jian had no choice but to personally help the cub take a bath. Normally, it was the two aunts who were responsible for giving Zhu Tuan baths, and Lin Jian hadn't done it herself for quite some time. In the misty bathroom, the comfortably warm bathwater had been prepared, and a green rubber duck was floating on the surface of the water. Lin Jinyan rolled up her sleeves, ready to work. The children's clothes she designed are all styles that are easy to put on and take off. With a gentle tug on the hidden button at the shoulder, and by lifting the chubby arms of the snow dumpling, the clothes come off easily. Lin Jinyan helped the little dumpling take off the exquisite hair accessories on her head and asked proudly, "Is the dress designed by Mom very comfortable to wear?" The super supportive Wang Zuduan replied with a smile, "Yeah." Lin Jinyan continued, "Mom and Aunt Wang will strive to open the children's clothing store around June, so many little friends will be able to wear the super comfortable clothes designed by Mom." Tilda. Zhu Tuan obediently nodded in agreement, as the automatic heater in the bathroom made her round face blush slightly. In just a short time, Lin Jinyan helped Zhu Tuan wash her hair and put the little one in the bathtub for a bath. Although the snowball has been 4 months old and Lin Jinyan has taken care of her for a long time, in theory, she should have gotten used to the touch of this chunky little one, but at this moment she still paused cautiously for a moment. The chubby body of the snowball is softer and more delicate than one can imagine, with arms and legs that resemble sections of white, tender lotus roots. Her little face, little shoulders, little round belly and little feet are all chubby, and the touch is so smooth that it feels like it could slip away from between her fingers at any moment. Lin Jinyan looked troubled, feeling at a loss about what to do, and even regretted not having trimmed her nails last night. Worried about hurting the chubby little one if I hold on too tightly, and worried about not being able to support the increasingly heavy chubby ball if I don't hold on tightly enough. Fortunately, this was when Kai Yue came in to help. Kai Yue was completely goal-oriented. He took the chubby ball without saying a word and didn't even give it an extra glance. The 4-month-old snowball is much sturdier than before. As long as I gently support her neck and lower back with my hand, the little one can lean steadily in the bathtub without falling. The bathroom was filled with the light fragrance of baby shampoo. Yu Chuan's long, strong fingers supported Zhu Tuan, while Lin Jinyan took a small towel and began to bathe Zhu Tuan. She couldn't put it down, gently rubbing the little one's belly, making the little dumpling laugh giggly in the water nonstop. Only then did Zuduan discover her round belly. She curiously reached out and pinched it. It was a ball of soft, chubby flesh, super fun. The little hands are restless, and the little feet are also restless. A pair of little feet happily splash the water as if they have nowhere to settle, and the splashes wet the clothes of the 2 adults. While Kai Yue was avoiding her, Lin Jinyan had a bright smile and excitedly gave the snowball a new nickname, Little Fat Boss. The snowball blinked its big eyes and responded in a baby voice, Tilda. Lin Jinyan tilted her eyes and said, "Today, both Dad and Mom are the exclusive bath attendants of the Little Fat Boss. Don't you think Dad and Mom are super excellent bath attendants?" Yeah. Zhu Tuan nodded vigorously, smiling with squinted eyes, her little pink fists waving in the air, splashing water that perfectly wet Kai Yue's hem. Kai Yue frowned. "Kaizu, can you not move around?" Lin Jinyan anxiously protected her child. She didn't do it on purpose. The snowball blinked its big, pitiful eyes in the bathtub, whining and calling out. Yes, she didn't do it on purpose. Why is Daddy being mean to her again? Lin Jinyan shot a glare at Kai Yue, then lowered her head, carefully scooping the snowball's chubby, crystal-like little hand out of the bathtub, gently opening its 5 chubby fingers, and softly cleaning her palm with a towel. Zhu Tuan likes to clench her fists, and her palms are always damp. She has to carefully dry each finger that she puts in her mouth with a towel. In addition, the gaps between Zhu Tuan's fleshy arms and lotus root joints must also be cleaned thoroughly. Otherwise, her delicate skin can easily develop problems. Lin Jinyan was seriously bathing Zhu Tuan while completely unaware of the silent competition, unfolding between the little one in the bathtub and the man outside. Zhu Tuan might have accidentally wet her father's shirt hem just now, but this time wetting her father's black shorts was definitely intentional. Snowball was holding back all her energy, kicking hard with her little feet, which splashed a large spray of water that landed directly towards Chiyu, instantly soaking half of his shorts. A hint of disbelief flashed in Chiyu's eyes. He frowned and met the gaze of the pink, soft, creamy ball in the bathtub. At this moment, Snowball, who looked as obedient as a little lamb in front of her mother, seemed extremely arrogant. She lifted her rosy little face, her big eyes filled with a mischievous glint. Immediately after, she deliberately kicked her legs again, sending water splashing high, and with a paw, soaked the other leg of Chiyu's pants. Snowball found it very fun and couldn't help but chuckle. Because she was soaking in warm water, her whole face looked like a red apple. Is this little one really the reincarnation of a red Fuji apple? Only drinking milk and not working while needing others to serve her, Kai Yue found her laziness a bit hard to accept. In order to dampen this arrogant chubby cub spirit, Kai Yue gently flicked a bit of water with her fingertips and splashed it onto Snowball's face. When Lin Jai raised her head, she saw the scene of Kai Yue splashing snowballs, and she was instantly shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Kai Yue, you're being so childish, how can you bully a child? Fortunately, the snowball had a pair of long, curled eyelashes that looked like little fans, paired with her naturally high cheekbones, creating a built-in waterproof curtain. Otherwise, the water would flow into her eyes. The snowball was aggrievedly whimpering in the bathtub, her rosy little mouth pouting high. She stretched out a chubby little finger from her round hand and pointed straight at Kai Yue, as if to say, HMPH, it's bad daddy bullying me. Kai Yue. Lin Jinyan quickly picked up the snowball from the bathtub, gently wrapped it in a soft towel, and then ruthlessly chased Kai Yue out of the bathroom, not forgetting to sarcastically say, it seems others aren't wrong. When there's no danger, Dad is the biggest danger. His clothes and pants were already soaked. Kai Yue watched as the bathroom door slammed shut right in front of his nose, and he touched the back of his neck, feeling both angry and amused. Sometimes he wondered whether the snowball was 4 months old or 4 years old. Is it possible that all the babies in the world are so clever now? The feeling of suspicion grew stronger after Snowball was taken out of the bathroom, all coated in lotion. Just now, Lin Jinyan finished giving Snowball a massage on the changing table in the bathroom, wrapped her in a towel, and placed her on the bed to get her dressed. Kai Yue had already changed into clean clothes, holding a glass of water, lazily leaning against the wall, watching Lin Jinyan dress Snowball. Snowball can now easily roll over on the big bed. Lin Jinyan had just picked up the clothes to put on her, and when she looked up, she saw the little bundle rolling over and lying on the bed, completely nude. Lin Jinyan raised an eyebrow, wanting to quickly dress Zhu Tuan, but the little bundle was unwilling. The little one struggled to twist her chubby little waist and stretched her chubby little arms forward, trying to reach the bright red one-piece outfit that was a short distance away from her. Lin Jinyan felt that there were several details about that little outfit that she was not satisfied with and had planned to redesign and remake it. Zhu Tuan, we won't wear that one. How about wearing this one that mommy has? The snowball wouldn't let go, holding onto the big red bodysuit with a tummy pocket, making dissatisfied "ayow sounds with her little mouth. Lin Jinyan really couldn't refuse her, so she sighed and helped the snowball into the big red bodysuit with a tummy pocket. Although this little piece of clothing is flawed and has some deviations from the design, it's fine to wear it at home. Comfort is all that matters. Besides, her daughter is so perfect. What outfit in this world could she not pull off? The snowball absolutely loves her new clothes. She gently touches the smooth fabric with her little round paw, and her chubby face looks even cuter in the contrast of the big red outfit. Lin Jinyan looked at her daughter with a smile. As expected of her daughter, she looked beautiful in whatever clothes she wore. At this moment, a faint scoff suddenly came from beside her. The man's tone relaxed as he leisurely commented, "A bit rustic." Zhu Tuan clenched her small pink fist, furious, her little mouth chattering loudly in baby language to refute. Lin Jinyan was also very angry. When Kai Yue says Earth, is she referring to her design of Earth or her daughter, Earth? At that moment, Lin Jinyan suddenly understood the baby talk that Zhu Tuan was babbling. She placed her hands on her hips and summed it up to Kai Yue. You have no right to interfere with the fashion sense of the chubby baby. Until bedtime, Zhu Tuan was still mommy's clingy little baby. The little dumpling comfortably reclines on the nursing device, which is actually a chair that can flexibly adjust the backrest angle, freeing up the hands of adults. Lin Zizhen moves gently, using a 5-point safety belt to secure the fat dumpling in place. She then sits beside and picks up a bottle to feed Snow Dumpling. Ever since getting through the troublesome period of milk aversion at 3 months old, Snow Dumpling seems to have suddenly realized that there is nothing more interesting in this colorful world than drinking milk, so her milk consumption has gotten better again. At this moment, the little dumpling's curled long eyelashes droop, her eyes unfocused and without much attention, as her small round paw loosely grips the milk bottle, seriously gulping it down. Holding a milk bottle with one hand, it looks quite cool. Sometimes when swallowing too quickly, Zhu Tuan would make some little movements. For example, she would lift her other little round hand that wasn't holding the milk bottle to tug at her little ears and pull at a few soft short hairs on her head. She was using a lot of strength, and Lin Zhun was scared and anxious, afraid that she would scratch herself. Fortunately, as she drank, Zhu Tuan's small hand unknowingly slid down from her ear, and her heavy eyelids slowly drooped, from half-closed to fully closed. In the moment the bottle of milk ran out, the little snowball opened her mouth slightly. Her tiny tongue reflexively pushed away the nipple, and she sweetly drifted off to sleep. Since 3.5 months ago, the situation of Snowball spitting up milk has rarely occurred. Even she doesn't need to burp her too much. Just holding her upright and quietly waiting for about a minute, Snowball can smoothly burp and expel the excess air from her esophagus. Lin Jinyan bent down, picked up the Snowball from the breastfeeding device, and the sleeping little one was softer than usual, feeling like a ripe, sweet, and juicy little fuzzy peach in her arms. Lin Zhai gently stroked the back of the Snowball for a while, and the little milk ball pouted, its chubby body twisting left and right. With a burp, the Snowball let out a loud burp in its dream. Lin Jinyan carefully placed the baby back into the crib after walking a few steps while holding her. To prevent milk spillage, she positioned Zhu Tuan on her side. Lin Jinyan paused to admire her daughter's sleeping face for a moment, couldn't help but smile, and took out her phone to take a picture. In the frame, the baby's chubby little belly was curled up in a charming pose, her round little bottom perked up in an eye-catching way, with her thick little hooves placed neatly one above the other on the bed. Very well behaved. Just as Lin Zhai was admiring her daughter's sleeping face, a wave of heat suddenly surged from behind, and a scorching hand grasped her waist. Is the child asleep? Kai Yue rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice low and hoarse, with a gritty texture like sand. Can we start the second half now? The scorching hot air brushed past Lin Zhai's ears, making her ears flush red. She tightened her grip on her phone, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her voice softened a notch. Wait, I still need to record a video for Zhu Tuan. Before she could finish speaking, a slight sting came from her earlobe. The man turned his face, suddenly nibbling on her bleeding earlobe with his teeth, and with a tightening of his lips, he directly took her plump earlobe into his mouth and savored it carefully. While sucking, she mumbled, "Why take pictures of her? Better take pictures of me." "I don't want to take your picture, jerk bastard." Kai Yuan must have known that her ears were unusually sensitive, so he specifically chose to act here. Don't kiss here anymore." Lin Jinyan's eyes were filled with tears. She accidentally let her phone slip from her hand and fall to the ground. She turned to push away the tightly entwined man, but was caught by Chiyu, who held her wrist firmly. "If not here, then where?" He held her slender waist with one hand, grasped her wrist with the other, and his lips and tongue traveled down from her earlobe, biting her fair neck like a beast capturing its prey. "Is it good here, dear?" The scorching heat left marks on her neck like sparks. Lin Jinyan trembled slightly, biting her lip tightly without speaking. "Tisk, it seems like it's still not enough love." As he spoke, he used his teeth to pull open the neckline of the knitted shirt, grabbing the delicate black lace shoulder strap and roughly tearing it to the side. Lin Jinyan shrank her shoulders but couldn't escape the man's increasingly uncontrollable advance. She looked at the sweetly sleeping Snowball not far away, finally closed her eyes and softly surrendered. "We can't do it here, let's change, let's go somewhere else." Lin Jai never expected to underestimate Kai Yue once again. It turns out that last time in the car, Kai Yue didn't show his true abilities at all. And this time at home, he can finally change things up and have fun experimenting. The man was very strong, pressing the petite woman firmly against the headboard. With tireless, unquestionable force, he applied himself closely to her. Lin Jinyan's head hit the bedpost several times, causing pain and dizziness. Several drops of hot sweat fell on her body, gathering into a small whirlpool of water. "Soon it will be ready in a moment." The last few times he said soon, Lin Jinyan innocently looked forward to it, thinking it was true. But the fact is, Kai Yue is a big liar who won't stop but knows how to coax. Lin Jinyan had no choice but to force him with her own method. She gritted her teeth, her face flushed red from holding her breath. She took a deep breath, tightened her trembling waist and clamped it down hard. Kai Yue was visibly stunned for a moment, almost accidentally surrendering. He let out a low hiss, his voice hoarse, threatening her one word at a time. "Lin Jai Nian, are you looking to die?" Lin Jier ignored the man's threat. She opened her mouth and bit his shoulder, digging her nails sharply into his broad back. A faint smell of blood permeates the air. The wild tattoos and bright red scratch marks intertwine and wrap around, dyeing the man's latissimus dorsi a more exquisite and sensual color. The two began to wrestle. The subtle pain and intoxicating smell of blood stimulated Kai Yue's mind, making it swell. He leaned down and planted a large patch of roses on the snow peak with his burning lips and tongue and strong fingers. The tighter she sucked it from below, the more vividly the dense roses he planted bloomed. Lin Jinyan was in pain and numbness again, deciding to change strategies. "Wu Kai Yue, I beg you." The extraordinary man is relentless, and deep inside he ignites a wicked fire, growing increasingly powerful. Lin Jinyan gritted her teeth, her whole face turning as red as a ripe shrimp, and she whispered with embarrassment, "Hubby." Kai Yue's movements paused briefly, his eyes tinged with a suppressed crimson, and veins faintly popped out on his forehead. But at the critical moment, he still managed to hold back. Lin Jinyan had no choice but to frantically call him by all sorts of names in her desperation. "Boss Kai. Brother Yue. God Kai. Class leader." Lin Jinyan cried and shook her head. Class monitor, are you okay now?" Those deafening calls of squad leader deeply stimulated Kai Yue's eardrums. He suddenly had the illusion of not knowing what day it was. The man's pupils constricted sharply, as if brilliant fireworks exploded in his brain, completely surrendering. Lin Jinyan temporarily lost consciousness. She was somewhat disoriented, and in a moment at the critical point of waking, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. She only vaguely remembered being carried to the bathroom, then wrapped in a soft towel and brought out, and after her head touched the pillow, she fell back into a dream. In a half-asleep, half-awake state, Lin Jinyan felt the man's strong and firm arms wrap around her from behind. He let out a barely audible sigh and spoke softly in her ear. "Lin Jinyan, do you even know?" But what he said in the second half of the sentence, she couldn't hear clearly. The next morning, Lin Jai Nian was awakened again by a series of soft, baby-like sounds calling her. Da da tilde. She opened her eyes and saw the same round, compass-like big bowl face again. The snowball pressed her big round face against her mother's, and she couldn't wait to chat with her mother in baby talk. Lin Jai Nyan's comprehension of baby talk was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Just waking up, her mind was still a bit muddled, and she didn't understand the words from the snowball, so she could only smile faintly and respond softly, "Mommy loves you too." Although the snowball also loved her mother very much, that's not what she meant earlier. The little guy was so anxious that he rambled on at length, his little mouth like a non-stop little machine gun, chattering away, even waving his little hands up and down, gesturing incessantly. Lin Jai was full of doubts, her head slightly tilted to one side, her gaze lingering on the snowball's expressive chubby face for a moment before unconsciously shifting to the meticulously dressed man by the bed. Kai Yue was wearing a well-tailored, high-quality dark blue bespoke suit and was focused on putting on his watch. The man gently fastened the folding clasp with his long, slender fingers, and the silver blue dial emitted a sense of cold, austere temperament against the backdrop of his suit sleeve. HMP8, this guy just knows how to put on an act. Lin Jinyan silently complained in her heart and rolled her eyes at Kai Yue. Kai Yue seemed to sense something and raised his gaze, his brows slightly lifted. He translated for Lin Jinyan, "What snowball means is that she has grown teeth." Hearing this, Lin Jinyan felt completely awake. She immediately sat up in bed, surprised. "What? She is teething." A bit of crystal-clear drool dripped from the little mouth of Zhu Tuan. Her delicate little eyebrows furrowed inward, looking quite aggrieved as she whimpered, "Yeah." Lin Jinyan hurriedly and carefully pried open the little mouth of the cub, peeking inside, and her eyes immediately lit up. There, in the middle left of Zhu Tuan's lower gum, a tiny white tooth tip, as small as a grain of millet, timidly emerged. Lin Jinyan was somewhat incredulous. "Wow, Zhu Tuan, you really have a tooth. Isn't this a bit early?" Generally speaking, babies start to get their first tooth around 4 to 6 months, and Zhu Tuan is exactly 4 months and 2 days old now. "Hahaha, I can't call you a toothless person anymore." Owl tilde. Zhu Tuan thinks she is a very good baby. Although her gums are swollen and uncomfortable, Zayatuan still proudly opens her little mouth to show her mom her small achievements. Although the emergence of sharp little teeth marks the official start of the next growth stage for the snowball, the teething period is hardly a pleasant time for human babies. The discomfort from swollen gums causes the snowball to frequently shove its little hands into its mouth to scratch its gums. The snowball begins to drool and even blow bubbles. Because the gums are connected to the ear nerves, the little one occasionally tugs at its ears and scratches them, and sometimes even pulls its own hair, making an already bad temper even more irritable. As dawn breaks and the sky gradually lightens, the snowball sends a wake-up signal to the adults, stretching both chubby little feet up at a 90-degree angle and swaying them from side to side. At that moment, Lin Jinyan had just finished brushing her teeth. Upon hearing the commotion, she quickly and quietly picked up the drowsy little girl from the crib in the small room and carefully placed her on the big bed in the master bedroom. She is a small, round meatball, taking up only a tiny bit of space on the large bed, but her posture and aura are quite dominant, as if this bed is her exclusive territory. 3 minutes later, the chubby CEO slowly woke up from her luxurious 200-square-meter bed. Lin Jian teased with a smile, "Chubby CEO, you're awake." Zhu Tuan didn't speak, just slightly furrowed her delicate brows and put on a pretentious expression with her soft, cute face, while she waved her chubby little fingers in the air. Lin Jai Nyan asked with a smile, "Little fat CEO, do you mean that today we need to arrange for 2 people to feed you milk?" Snowball let out a howl, waving its round paws, and the whole little creature radiated an innate sense of relaxation. "Hey, all right, Tilda." Lin Jai Nyan replied with a smile, "Sure." "Preparing to go out to work, Kai Yue." Why do these mother and daughter have to put on this act every day? Although she woke up from the big bed in the morning, the teething baby's mood is not so great. The little one is all puffed up and grumpy, unwilling to lie down or play by herself like before. She urgently needs an adult's company and occasionally cries out, transforming from a little angel baby into a high-demand little demon baby. The teething baby needs more careful attention. Family members take turns holding the little snowball, and the two aunts sometimes use cotton swabs dipped in water to gently rub her gums to relieve swelling and pain. The little nails must be trimmed short, round, and even every day to prevent her from scratching her small ears. To soothe the little snowball's irritability, Lin Jinyan not only bought her some new teething toys, but also acquired a few sound-making toys. There's a little yellow duck that quacks when pressed, a cactus that sings and dances, and an adorable little cat that sticks out its tongue, meows and imitates human speech. The snowball lay on the newly laid crawling mat in the living room, flexibly rolling over. She was lying on the mat, stretching her chubby little white paws forward, and finally reached that adorable little kitten. The little ball's cherry blossom-colored lips were pursed, her peachy little face puffed up like a bun, and a pair of thin, light eyebrows were slightly furrowed together, showing little smile. Although the snowball didn't seem very happy, Lin Jinyan, who was sitting behind her, couldn't help but chuckle. There was no other reason. It was simply because the snowball lying on the crawling mat was just too cute. Today she is wearing a little pumpkin jumpsuit designed by herself, with two little hair buns on her head, each tied with a pumpkin-shaped hairpin. Her silhouette is round and plump like a little ball, and while the snowball was not paying attention, she gently squeezed its little bottom. Soft and chewy, much more elastic compared to when she was a child. Lin Jinyan found it more and more interesting as she played, her fingers itching with excitement. She tightened her 5 fingers and rubbed the snowball's head and little round waist. Lin Jinyan, focused on kneading and relieving stress from the plush dumpling, had a radiant face, and even her eyes showed a hint of intoxication. The two aunts standing not far away exchanged a glance. As Lin Jinyan kept kneading, she suddenly felt a bit dissatisfied. She looked at the snowball, obediently letting her knead its back, and a surge of impulse unexpectedly rose in her heart. She really wanted to gently kick her in the butt. She secretly pondered, wondering whether the little guy would cry out "wah" after being ambushed, or if he would get irritable and throw a tantrum. Or perhaps she didn't know what was happening at all, and would just turn her little head in a silly and adorable way, striking a pose like a chubby mermaid, using her little chubby hands to touch her bottom, then gently making an "oh" sound, tilting her head in confusion toward the adults, asking in baby talk, "Has anyone seen who attacked my bottom just now?" Lin Jinyan was immersed in her own imagination, stifling a giggle with her hand. Snowball had no idea what mischievous thoughts her mom, full of clever ideas, was thinking. She was fully focused on playing with the cute little kitten, her big eyes drooping, her small mouth pressed into a straight line, and her chubby little paws gently scratching the kitten. Just then, her little hand accidentally touched the top of the adorable kitten's head, and the kitten seemed to be triggered, sticking out its tongue and meowing, "Meow." Snowball's eyes suddenly lit up, and she petted the kitten's head, which prompted the kitten to respond with a cutesy "meow meow." At this moment, Snowball completely forgot the discomfort of teething. Her big eyes squinted into crescent moons as she laughed out loud, "Giggle giggle." The next moment, the parrot-like kitten also started laughing heartily with "Giggle giggle." Snowball was stunned. She immediately started talking to the kitten in baby talk, her little mouth babbling and chattering nonstop, while her small hands gestured up and down. The kitten also repeated what Snowball had just said in its cute little voice. Snowball was so excited that her little face turned red. She hugged the kitten tightly and rubbed her pink little face against the kitten's face. Unlike those adults at home, this family finally has a smart partner, who can understand her baby talk. When Zhu Tuan was chatting happily with the little kitten, Lin Jai Nian was patiently wiping the drool of the chubby president beside her. Lin Jai Nian originally felt secretly pleased, thinking that Zhu Tuan had finally found her favorite toy, but unexpectedly, her interest in this clever little parrot-like kitten only lasted 3 minutes. In the previous second, she was closely cuddling the toy cat, but after the novelty wore off, she set the toy cat aside and was drawn to the little yellow duck next door that made a quacking sound when squeezed. Lin Jai Nian couldn't help but think of those toys that Zhu Tuan had briefly favored. Without exception, all were discarded after a few plays, no longer given a glance. Lin Jai Nian pinched the chubby baby's face and sighed, saying, "Zhu Tuan, are you such a fickle little treasure?" Zhu Tuan's delicate little eyebrows furrowed together, and her little mouth babbled, as if rebutting her mother in baby talk. She has no idea what a fickle treasure is. In her heart, every toy is her true love. She has genuinely loved all of them. 5 minutes later, the little yellow duck that had been truly loved was also thrown aside. Zhu Tuan was lying on the crawling mat, bored and pouting, swinging her chubby legs from side to side. She wasn't wearing socks, and her bread-like feet were moving around, with 10 wiggly toes dancing, sometimes spreading out wide and other times curling back in. Lin Jai Nian said teasingly, "Your little feet are so nimble. Would you like to train to pick things up with your feet?" Zhu Tuan was probably extremely bored. She flipped over, lay on the crawling mat, and began to eat her hands and tug at her ears uncontrollably. Lin Jinian furrowed her brows slightly upon seeing this, and while she was considering finding other toys to distract Snowball's attention, Aunt Wang suggested, "Madam, perhaps we could let Snowball look in the mirror. Looking in the mirror is a great early childhood game that can promote sensory development, such as vision and hearing. Infants are far more interested in human faces than in toys or other objects." It suddenly dawned on Lin Jinian that Snowball, at over 4 months old, had never looked in a mirror before. So she had someone bring a small standing mirror and placed it in front of Snowball. The chubby cub was filled with shock the first time he looked in the mirror. She widened her eyes and carefully observed the baby opposite her. She blinked, and the baby opposite also followed by blinking. She waved her small hand, and the baby opposite mirrored her by waving its small hand as well. Although the Snowball didn't understand what was happening, she found this matter extremely mysterious. She opened her mouth and began to babble to the baby opposite her, and the baby opposite also simultaneously opened its mouth, making its little mouth move up and down. "I don't know what this is, but it feels a bit strange." After the surprise comes vigilance, Snowball pouted, her chubby little body curling inward slightly, while 10 small claws emerged brightly. Lin Jinian patted the nervous chubby cub's head and smiled, explaining, "Snowball, this is a mirror, and the person inside is you." Lin Jinian pointed at Snowball's little mouth and began to teach her about facial features. "Look, this is Snowball's little mouth, this is Snowball's little nose, this is Snowball's eyes. Isn't Snowball very pretty?" Snowball seemed to understand but couldn't fully grasp that the person in the mirror was herself. Full of curiosity, she reached out her little hand to touch the baby and gently patted it, trying to attract the baby's attention. She even tried to mimic the actions of the baby in the mirror. The magically enchanting mirror immediately became the toy that Zhu Tuan loved the most. Lin Jai Nian watched Zhu Tuan play so happily with the mirror. She smiled, took out her phone, and called Wang Si-wen to discuss the preparations for the children's clothing store. The preparations for the children's clothing store are progressing smoothly and steadily every day. Lin Jai Nian and Wang Si-wen have confirmed their cooperative supply chain manufacturer and found a reasonably priced studio in a prime location as the base for their children's clothing shop. They are currently busy preparing and arranging everything. Lin Jinian looked at the studio design plans and said seriously, Let's move some of the office area to make it a warehouse. The office can accommodate 3 or 4 people to work and discuss just fine. Wang Siwen replied cheerfully, "Sure, let's go pick out the warehouse shelves together tomorrow. By the way, do you have any ideas for the background wall in the photography area?" Lin Jinian said economically, "A plain color PVC roll would be enough. One that costs 200 yuan a roll is quite good. Let's also buy a supplementary light, keeping the budget within 500 yuan. Wang Siwen suddenly thought of something and smiled. "Oh right, didn't Yang Shuang introduce her brother to us? When do you have time to meet him?" A few days ago, Yang Shuang recommended her younger brother, who is in his junior year, to Lin Jinian and Wang Siwen, and solemnly said that although her brother has a somewhat quirky personality, he is very knowledgeable about social media, skilled in photography and shooting short videos, and charges reasonable prices. Her brother currently has fewer classes and wants to earn some pocket money, so she hopes Lin Jinian and Wang Siwen can take him under their wing. The two discussed the time and place to meet Yang Shuang's brother, and then talked for a while about the studio setup and the e-commerce platform issues. Finally, Wang Siwen smiled and said, "Hurry up and send a video so we can see what our little model-turned-brand ambassador is up to." After hanging up the phone, Lin Jinian took a video of Zhu Tuan looking at herself in the mirror and sent it to the Zhu Tuan's besties group chat. In the video, the little round figure quietly gazes at the mirror, remaining motionless with a pair of sparkling big eyes, her cherry blossom-colored lips gently pressed together, and her soft, pale face showing a slightly smiling expression that is a bit proud and a touch self-satisfied. The ants who were slacking off at work were suddenly exposed. "Haha, I want to make the snowball cry and then return it to you /covering face. So cute, may I ask if she is custom-made or 3D printed?" "I'm dying of laughter, haha, look at how proud she is in front of the mirror, she seems to know she's very cute." A week later, the studio had completed a simple arrangement. Lin Jinian and Wang Siwen met with Yang Shuang's younger brother, Yang Ming, in the studio. Yang Ming had dark purple hair that obscured his eyes, with a few black obsidian earrings adorning his ear bones. Perhaps it's trendy for young men to wear makeup nowadays. He had applied a no-makeup cream and done his eyebrows, and with his idol-style outfit, he looked particularly eye-catching. "Just call me Raven." Upon seeing him, Lin Jinian's fear of trendy people kicked in, while Yang Shuang rolled her eyes at her younger brother. "Yang Ming, you need to behave and listen to your 2 older sisters in the studio, and let's make our snowball shoot look good." Yang Ming also rolled his eyes at his sister. "I told you to call me Raven." The banter between the siblings is humorous and funny, and luckily Raven and Snowball get along inexplicably well, interacting very harmoniously. Raven took a set of fitting photos for the little one on site. The little dumpling today is wearing a new children's outfit designed by Lin Jinian, which is a sky gradient ribbed bodysuit. The little one's fine soft hair is carefully styled into 2 buns with a gold hair accessory, and the chubby, fair arms are adorned with a delicate gold bracelet. The whole little one looks plump and luxurious. The little Snowball lay quietly on the soft mat in the photography studio, with her 2 small feet wrapped in white cotton socks lifted up at a 90-degree angle, playfully swaying from side to side. Her small face was rosy, with a sweet smile, and a pair of bright, sparkling big eyes looked at the photographer brother who was taking pictures of her. Raven bent down to help Snowball take photos, praising her endlessly. The little child model has strong expressive ability. Don't be fooled by her young age, there are stories in her eyes. Snowball seemed to respond to the phrase "has stories" as she winked at the camera and smiled happily. The upturned corners of her eyes carry a lively mischievousness, and her sparkling gaze is as bright as the stars, showcasing 2 tiny pearly milk teeth that are very eye-catching. The whole little one is soft and plump, round and roll-like, with no sharp edges at all. Raven showed an expression of surprise. The little friend performed really well. Originally, I heard Yang Shuang say she was going to shoot kids, and I secretly thought this job wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect the little guy to cooperate so well. Zhu Tuan raised her soft little face, displaying a somewhat proud expression, and in a childish voice she said duh with a hint of cuteness. Yang Shuang gently nudged Lin Jinyan's shoulder with her elbow, saying, "It seems they get along well." Lin Jinyan crossed her arms in front of her chest, quietly standing aside watching Zhu Tuan take fitting photos, her brows slightly raised with a hint of surprise in her eyes. This cub may not be mentioned in other aspects for now, but when it comes to work, it is really dedicated. The little dumpling just shot 2 outfits, and with this sky blue jumpsuit she has already changed into the 3rd outfit, yet she didn't cry or fuss at all. On the contrary, she eagerly played in front of the camera, showing great patience. Wang Siwen was sitting in front of the computer making a budget sheet. She took a moment to glance at Zhu Tuan from above the computer screen and smiled, saying, "Even Zhu Tuan is working so hard. I think our Ira Sweet Snow will definitely be a hit." Ira Sweet Snow is the name Lin Jinyan gave to the children's clothing store. Lin Jinyan's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness as she softly said, "After this set, let's call it a day." Although Zhu Tuan performed excellently, Lin Jinyan couldn't bear to let her precious daughter work for so long. After all, the studio is indoors, and the air is far less fresh than outside. Typically, at this time, Zhu Tuan is playing outside in the sunlight. Raven replied, "Okay, let's take a couple more photos while wearing the little sunglasses." Aunt Zhao stepped forward to put the little sunglasses on Zhu Tuan, and Raven went on to snap a flurry of shots of the cool little cub. The little dumpling is wearing heart-shaped little sunglasses, stretching out her tiny round paws in the air to wave. She holds her head high and puffs out her chest, looking very proud, while her little mouth makes baby sounds that no one can understand. Tilda Dad once told her that there is no such thing as free milk in this world, and it's time to earn money for the family. After Raven took the last photo of the cub, she said seriously, "Really very cute." Wang Siwen chuckled and teased, "Isn't it? Snowball is the mascot of our shop. Zai Zai, you can't be stingy. You have to give the cub at least a 6-figure endorsement fee and let her set her own annual salary." As soon as the words fell, everyone heard a lazy yawn. Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward this cub. I saw Snowball lying on the soft cushion, curled up into a round ball. She let out a lazy yawn, put her fingers in her mouth, and her big watery eyes were almost closed. Aunt Zhao whispered, "It's time for Snowball to take a nap." Lin Jinyan immediately stepped forward and picked up the drowsy little bundle, saying with concern, "Go to sleep, kiddo. You've worked hard today." Yang Shuang also took the opportunity to rub Zhu Tuan's head. This child is really something, still taking the job seriously even when tired. Lin Jinyan softly coaxed Zhu Tuan to sleep. "Kiddo, you should go to sleep. You've done a great job today." Wang Siwen also gave Zhu Tuan a thumbs up. "Jizzy, when you get home, you must reward our first-class hero." Although the snowball is tired, the rosy little face lifts up with a sweet, soft smile. HMP8, she's not tired at all. Today is really fun. In the next moment, the snowball fell asleep in her mother's arms. After the fitting photo shoot, Yang Shuang left early due to something urgent, while Raven stayed behind with Lin Jinyan to discuss matters related to the work contract. In the evening, Kai Yue came to pick up the mother and daughter to go home. After a short nap, Zhu Tuan regained her lively and energetic spirit. The man picked up the baby. He didn't have any formal meetings today, dressed casually in a soft shirt paired with suit trousers, which perfectly softened the overly sharp and rebellious aura around him, adding a touch of lazy, carefree, aristocratic charm. Kai Yue walked into the office area, his gaze fixed on Lin Jinyan and the young man who had suddenly appeared beside her, with a slight furrow in his brow. He doesn't forbid Lin Jinyan from working or befriending the opposite sex, But when Lin Jinan talks to this young man, it seems they are a bit too close. Kai Yue frowned slightly, patted the meat arm of Zhu Tuan and walked over to the opposite side. Lin Jinan was discussing the contract with Raven when she suddenly felt a soft little paw tap her shoulder. She turned in surprise, only to see Kai Yue holding Zhu Tuan standing behind her. Zhu Tuan's chubby little face was particularly well behaved, with a pair of little round paws obediently placed on her small belly, and the plump little one smiled sweetly at her, revealing 2 tiny white teeth. Lin Zhizhai's heart softened, and she immediately took the plush little ball into her arms, wishing to directly squeeze it into her embrace. She continued to discuss salary issues with Raven, but this time, due to holding the snowball, the distance between them had increased significantly. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Kai Yue's face. He sat down on the sofa not far away, his gaze occasionally sweeping over Lin Zhizhai, and then glancing at the snowball that stood between Lin Zhizhai and other men. Although the snowball is not large, the whole cub is round and plump like a ball, perfectly wedged between the two people, pulling them apart by a large distance. Kai Yue sits leisurely, his fingers with distinct joints turning the ceramic teacup, sipping tea slowly. Recalling his high school days, whenever he saw Lin Jinan close to other boys, a surge of impulse would arise in his heart, wanting to force her to keep her distance from others. Now, this wish has finally been realized with the help of the snowball. This cub performed well and made a contribution. You should reward her well when you go home tonight. Zhu Tuan, who had made great contributions in front of both mom and dad, finally received her reward before bedtime. Mom and dad took turns holding her while she stepped on a tactile ball. The first time stepping on the tactile snowball. The tactile ball is an early childhood game suitable for playing before bedtime, possibly due to teething or the developmental patterns of a 4-month-old baby. Zhu Tuan has recently entered a sleep regression phase, becoming very restless at night, easily waking up, and even talking nonsensically after waking in the middle of the night. It is said that the tactile ball can not only promote sleep, but also enhance the baby's sensory abilities and brain development. Lin Jinan spread a layer of small tactile balls with a diameter of 3 centimeters in a small basin, then took off Zhu Tuan's little socks, wrapped her hands around Zhu Tuan's armpits, and let the baby's bare feet step on the beans in the basin. A strange sensation came from the soles of her feet, and Zhu Tuan furrowed her little brows. She nervously pulled up her chubby piglet hooves, her 10 delicate toes curled tightly together, not daring to step down at all. From Lin Jinan's perspective looking down, one can see the snowball's round, chubby little face, and her tiny mouth tightly pursed with caution. Lin Jinan couldn't help but chuckle. Silly snowball, stepping on the tactile ball doesn't hurt at all, and it can even give a foot massage feel nice. You should try it. The snowball said "Aewu" in a soft, babyish voice, sounding sweet and full of the meaning of seeking her mother's affection. Kai Yue rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and teased her on purpose, so the snowball is a scaredy cat, not even daring to step on the tactile ball. The snowball was laughed at, and her little face turned bright red with anger. She immediately stomped her chubby little feet hard into the basin, then took a deep breath, and a crystal-clear droplet of saliva slid down from the corner of her mouth. Wow! This is a wonderful sensation that the little one has never experienced or imagined before. The soft, tender soles rolled over little balls with textures. At first, it seemed a bit prickly, but after a while, it became ticklish. The little eyes of the snowball instantly changed from initial fear and vigilance to surprise and expectation, sparkling brightly in their roundness. The snowball began to stomp with its 2 little feet, kicking and stepping on the tactile ball beneath it. Pada pada, the tactile ball made an interesting sound. The snowball instantly burst into a giggle, giggle, giggle. She was completely immersed in the joy of stepping on the tactile balls, one basin of balls making a swishing sound as she stepped on them, with a few small balls even flying out of the basin. After playing with the snowball for a while, Kai Yue took over the little ball that was having so much fun. Lin Jai Nian rubbed her slightly sore hands and sat on the side watching the snowball joyfully step on the balls. In no time, the clever snowball mastered the correct posture for stepping on the tactile balls. She tightened her core while pulling her little belly in, and her chubby legs stood straight, with her powerful bread-like feet stepping on the tactile balls making a popping sound. After stepping for a while, the little snowball's face turned red, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on its round back. No wonder it's said that playing with tactile balls can promote sleep. The amount of exercise and energy expenditure really isn't small. Lin Jier smiled slightly, putting a small towel behind the little snowball, planning to take out her phone to record a video of it. Just at the moment Lin Jier took out her phone, because the little snowball moved too vigorously, Kai Yue momentarily couldn't hold on, and the little one's bottom accidentally fell into the basin. The chubby little bottom landed on the uneven ball, and the snowball let out a wah and cried in fright. Lin Jinian hurriedly threw down her phone and exclaimed in panic, "Kai Yue, can you be more careful?" Kai Yue immediately scooped the snowball out of the basin, holding it in his arms and coaxing it softly, apologizing in a deep voice. "It was an accident just now, I'm sorry." He originally wanted to give the snowball more room to play but didn't expect to accidentally let go. Fortunately, the snowball just got scared and cried and was not hurt. The snowball's bottom was hurt by the small ball, her eyes turning red as she let out a howl and reached out her tiny paw to scratch her daddy's neck. A few shallow marks suddenly appeared on Chiyu's neck. Lin Jinian took the angry snowball, hugged the red-eyed little one, and paced back and forth, gently comforting with a pained expression. Chiyu touched the scratched area on his neck and slightly raised his chin. "Lin Jinian, I was scratched by her too. Aren't you going to do something about her?" Lin Jinian glanced at the marks on Chiyu's neck. Although the snowball's revenge was indeed more forceful compared to falling into a basin, Chiyu was being too dramatic. No matter how hard the snowball tried, what destructive power could she possibly have? The snowball sniffled, wiping away tears with her chubby little hand, feeling wronged and nuzzling into her mother's embrace. Lin Jinny pressed her lips together. "You can't blame her. Who told you to lean your neck over?" Kai Yue crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows, exaggerating as he said, "Her nails are so sharp. I've already lost a layer of skin, okay." The snowball sniffed with her bright red nose and continued to burrow into her mother's arms. Lin Jai Nian felt heartbroken and picked up a tissue to wipe away Zhu Tuan's tears. "HMPH, what you've lost is just a layer of skin, but what she has lost are tears like pearls." Kai Yue. "Fine, I really can't provoke someone who wears diapers." The neglected Kai Yue always manages to make up for it by seeking compensation from Lin Jai Nian in other ways. In the bathroom, the rising steam spreads wildly like rolling clouds. Covered with a layer of white mist in the hazy half-length mirror, two intertwined figures can be faintly seen. Lin Jinian sat on the wash basin, bracing herself against the counter, her fingertips slightly pale from gripping tightly. "You need to let me go." Her nose was flushed red, with a few trembling teardrops hanging at the corners of her eyes, her body ensnared by the strong and powerful arms of Kai Yue, unable to move at all. After a while, a man's gravelly voice came from below. "It's ready." Lin Jinian felt a bit of an itch and a chill just below her navel. She opened her eyes, trembling as she lowered her head to look down, and her heart skipped a beat, wearing a look of disbelief. "Kai Yue, you're a pervert." The soft and fair lips were highlighted with a bold stroke of bright red lipstick. Chiyu painted a rose on her. Lin Jinian was extremely angry. She struggled with her legs but was pinned down by the man, who forcefully pried her open to the left and right. Kai Yue's dark gaze swept down, and he not only saw the rose he had painted but also saw other, softer flowers, as if watered with dew, seemingly waiting for him to pick them. The man's prominent Adam's apple rolled heavily twice. He leaned down, first kissing the rose he had drawn, his lips and tongue moving along, then touching another flower passionately. The rose was devoured by the man, and simultaneously, another even more delicate flower was consumed. Lin Jinyan whimpered, her whole body shaking uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with physiological tears. She twisted her waist, sobbing softly, like a fish on a chopping board waiting to be butchered. Lin Jinyan regretted it deeply. She forgot Kai Yue's peculiar habits. Today, without realizing it, she wore a pair of black thigh-high stockings, provoking his beastly nature. His rough, hot palms rubbed back and forth over the smooth, thin stockings, and his exquisite, beautiful lips slightly tilted upward to accept the sweet juice. Just as Lin Jinyan almost arrived, Kai Yue embraced the woman sitting on the washstand, flipped her over, and pressed her upper body against the cold surface. The woman in the mirror had messy hair and a flushed face, clearly looking like someone who had been bullied harshly. In contrast, the man behind her was full of energy, his crimson gaze exuding a sense of aggressive desire that made one weak in the knees. Lin Jinyan tightly closed her eyes, not daring to look at the sensual scene in the mirror, murmuring, "Woo-woo, no more." The man replied softly in the hot breath, "Okay." In the back and forth, the softest part of the big retreat is about to be worn away by the raised blue veins. On one side is the tormenting pain, and on the other is the unfulfilled emptiness. Lin Jinyan was about to be driven crazy by these two opposing feelings. She gritted her teeth, unable to say a word, her slightly sweating nose tip turned red, and her eyes held a stubborn glimmer, but she would rather die than take the initiative to speak. Kai Yue tormented her to the point of sweet juice splattering, but deliberately avoided her, not giving her true satisfaction. Kai Yue ignored the silent plea in her eyes reflected in the mirror. He was engrossed in his own joyful activities. At the last moment, a muffled groan escaped from the man's throat, and the milk immediately flowed down, soaking the entire black stocking. Until the middle of that night, Lin Jinyan still felt uncomfortable and hot all over. She turned over and angrily stared at the man sleeping beside her. The sleeping face of Kai Yue lacks a bit of the sharpness from the daytime, but adds a touch of cleverness and gentleness. His high cheekbones, straight nose, delicately shaped thin lips, and clean-cut facial contours give him a youthful and vigorous aura that has never faded, even though he is already in his youth. Lin Jinyan angrily thought that she had been deceived by this face back in high school, believing he was a righteous gentleman. It wasn't until after marriage that she saw his true face. This person was always insatiable and liked to bully her in various ways. Lin Jinyan became more and more agitated as she pondered, and before she knew it, a streak of fish belly white appeared on the ink-blue horizon, while the damp and cold morning air silently seeped in through the gap in the window. Lin Jinyan was completely unable to sleep, lying on her side on the bed, quietly observing Chiyu. The man was sleeping soundly, his features deep and three-dimensional. Although his skin wasn't fair, the quality of his skin was exceptional. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something, her eyes darting, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Lin Jinyan tiptoed to the dressing table, took some things, and stealthily crept back to bed. 5 minutes later, looking at her masterpiece, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. After avenging her grievances, Lin Jinyan was in a great mood and went to check on the snowball in the small compartment. As dawn broke, sunlight quietly slipped through the thin curtains and into the room, casting a serene and soft golden light that perfectly landed on the crib. On the pale pink crib, a pair of chubby little feet lifted up and wobbled left and right. Lin Jai lightly walked up to the bed and saw the little snowball on it. The baby had its eyes closed, and its long, curled eyelashes resembled two small fans. Its chubby pink face was round and rolling, and the air seemed to be filled with a sweet scent of baby milk. The main character had not yet woken up, but the little feet had already sent a wake-up signal to the adult. Lin Jai stood quietly by the bed and waited for a while. She saw the little dumpling on the bed twist its plump little round waist, with its chubby arms and legs stretching out hard, making a stretching motion. Its peach-like little face turned into a big bowl face due to the effort. The stretching continued for about a minute before the little dumpling on the crib slowly opened its eyes. Her eyes were clear and bright, initially filled with a hint of bewilderment, but when her gaze fell on Lin Zhijian's face, those glassy eyes instantly sparkled, like glowing pearls of light. Hey Snowball, good morning. As soon as Snowball opened her eyes, she saw her mother and was extremely happy, her little mouth curved up, revealing 2 tiny white teeth. Lin Jianian was so touched that she could hardly speak. Some people have said that 4 to 5 months is the period when the infant's sense of cuteness is the strongest. Zhu Tuan has completely grown out of the newborn stage. Her little body, like a meatball, is full of soft, chubby flesh, and her big eyes can see a more colorful world, becoming increasingly playful and lively. In addition, her gross motor skills, fine motor skills, and language abilities are improving rapidly every day. Infants in this stage are a complex combination of contradictions, combining the innocent cuteness of a newborn with the playful liveliness of a child. It's incredibly fun. Lin Zhiyan chatted with the little Snowball lying in the crib for a while. The little one was bursting with expressiveness, babbling with baby talk to her mom, her small mouth opening and closing, and her tiny round paws gesturing up and down, coupled with her chubby hooves kicking and pushing, trying to make her mother understand what she was saying. Lin Zhiyan could only guess and piece together a rough understanding. She pretended to frown and smiled. You want to go out to play? Well, you must first change into your clothes and finish your milk before Mama takes you out. The Snowball blinked its big eyes and said, Lin Zhiyan took the soft milk dumpling out of the crib. The Snowball, more than 4 months old, could be held upright at any time without having to support her head. She could hold her plump little body straight. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Zhiyan gently pinched her daughter's chubby cheeks and placed her on the changing table, preparing to clean her bottom and change her diaper. She took off the sleeping bag and pants from the Snowball, removed her diaper bomb, wet a cotton soft wipe, and was just about to help clean the little bottom that had been covered for half the night when the little dumpling on the changing table flipped over like an eel. Her little body was so slippery that she couldn't be caught. The Snowball turned over and wanted to crawl forward, but unfortunately, its limbs were still not very strong, and it didn't know how to twist its chubby body. No matter what, it couldn't move at all. The Snowball huffed and puffed loudly, stretching out her small hand and vigorously hitting the edge of the changing table. Her little eyebrows were about to twist into little twists. Lin Zhiyan smiled a little and sighed silently. Although the cubs at this stage are particularly cute, they are just at a period where they are both inexperienced and mischievous. Always want to play something exciting, but my physical condition can't keep up. Lin Zhiyan gently coaxed Zuduan to roll over, successfully tricking her into changing her diaper and putting on her new clothes for the day using the distraction method. A set of milky purple princess-style romper dress, paired with a pair of white cotton knee-high socks with bows, exposing a piece of plump thigh. Lin Zhiyan then picked out hair accessories for the baby, styling her hair. Zhu Tuan curiously touched her new clothes, raised her chubby little face, and sweetly smiled at her mom with her mouth open. Seeing her daughter smile, Lin Zhiyan's cute aggression seemed to worsen. She couldn't help but lower her head and kiss Zuduan's tender, white-faced, chubby little hands and round belly repeatedly. She had to suppress a strong urge to bite Zuduan. The texture is soft and silky, filled with a light milky aroma. When it's this good to kiss, you should kiss a few more times. Lin Zhiyan had a satisfied expression, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. She let the snowball sit on her lap for a while. At this age, the little cubs can occasionally lean comfortably for a short time. Lin Jai Nyan quickly tied 2 little buns for the snowball and adorned the edge of each bun with a translucent amethyst hairpin. Before long, the beautifully dressed snowball was ready. The snowball seemed to know she looked very pretty, with her chubby little hands adorably resting on her small tummy, smiling demurely and sweetly. Lin Jianayan was enjoying the sight of her design being worn by her daughter with full satisfaction, when a lazy voice of a man came from behind her. "Did you all get up so early today?" Lin Jianayan turned her head and saw the freshly awakened Kai Yue walking towards them. She couldn't help but smirk as her gaze swept across the man's cheek. The snowball seemed to be stunned, with its cherry blossom-colored little mouth slightly open, and a crystal-clear drool dripping down from the corner of its mouth. A faint look of confusion flashed in Kai Yue's eyes. "Is there something on my face?" Lin Jianayan quickly shook her head. "Hee, no there isn't." Kai Yue picked up the snowball, but the snowball kept staring at his face. The little ball was nervously pursing its lips, with a pair of big eyes looking confused and surprised. Kai Yue felt suspicious and frowned as he took the snowball to the dressing table to look in the mirror. When he saw himself in the mirror, he was instantly stunned. A rose was painted on his left cheek. At a glance, it's obvious whose masterpiece it is. With the prank accomplished, Lin Jinian laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Kai Yue, you deserve this." When Zhu Tuan saw her mother smile, she also giggled kekekek and stretched out her little chubby hand to touch the big red flower on her father's face. Kai Yue caught Zhu Tuan's hand, his voice cold and clear. "Lin Jai Nyan, why do you want to harm me?" Lin Jai Nyan, feeling unjust, put her hands on her hips and retorted, "You clearly harmed me first. What have I ever done to you?" Kai Yue originally wanted to continue pretending to be angry to tease Lin Jai Nyan, but the words turned into a feeling of helplessness and lack of resolve before he could say them. "Is it okay that I like you so much?" The snowball waved its little hand to set the atmosphere. "Owo tilde. Lin Jinian, where exactly did you copy this cheesy love talk from?" Lin Jai raised his chin and sarcastically said, "Hey, class leader Kai, didn't you notice that I'm still angry because of what happened last night?" At this point, Kai Yue didn't care about saving face anymore. After all, there was no point in saving face. He raised an eyebrow and smiled with his teeth showing. "This is ridiculous, literature class representative. How come you look so good even when you're angry?" The noisy yet warm days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was late spring and early summer. The sky in May was clear and warm. The chirping of birds could be heard through the dappled shadows of the trees, and the air was filled with the soft and lazy scent of early summer. Little Snowball officially enters the 5th month. The little dumpling, now in her 5th month, has seen her features grow day by day. Beneath her long curling eyelashes, she hides a pair of big eyes that sparkle. Her little nose bridge is noticeably more prominent than during her newborn days. Her petite and three-dimensional nose tip and her cherry blossom pink, exquisitely shaped lips are always curved in a smile. Snowball is lucky not to have experienced the common infant bald spot phenomenon. She now has somewhat golden soft hair that is much denser than when she was a baby, allowing her to try some simple little hairstyles. Besides her facial features and hair, Snowball's little body is growing stronger and sturdier. Her chubby, tender little hands, plump little thighs, and round little belly make everyone around her drool with envy. While everyone praises Lin Jinian for being a good mother, little do they know that she is actually the deepest hidden old monster among them. Everyone believes that Lin Jinian tolerates Zuduan's water play because of her open-minded education philosophy, but what they don't know is that her sharp eyes are actually fixed on Zuduan's little hands soaking in the basin, and she is secretly mumbling to herself, "How long can these round, chubby little hands soak before I can eat them?" Zuduan's pair of soft, pink little hands glistened brightly in the water, every inch of chubby flesh shining slightly under the sunlight, as if they were little pearls endowed with life. When Zuduan got tired of playing in the water, Lin Jinyan picked up one of the thoroughly washed little paws, brought it to her nose and sniffed, then opened her mouth and gently took a sip. Every time this happens, the cheerful Snowball finds it amusing and starts to giggle kekekek. The texture of the little round paw is like high-quality jelly. Lin Jinyan's eyes brim with happy tears. After sucking on the Snowball with her little hands, she gently takes another bite of the Snowball's round little belly. So refreshing. What worries could life have if you take a sip every day? Lin Jinyan also held one of Zuduan's little feet and deliberately placed her bread foot next to the computer to take a picture. She sent it to the Zuduan's close auntie group to provide some laughs for the hardworking aunties. Why does my new mouse move by itself? Haha, you're so perverted. No, your daughter's foot posture seems to have some issues. I suggest sending her over for some adjustments. Take a few more pictures. What's the big bottle boss doing? Aunt Wang whispered to Aunt Zhao, I've recently noticed that Madam is becoming increasingly unable to control herself. Yesterday, she unintentionally bit Snowball's arm too hard while hugging her, leaving a tooth mark. Aunt Zhao was shocked. Did Snowball cry? Aunt Wang shook her head. No, Snowball is very well behaved. She held it in. Aunt Zhao sighed. I can understand Madam, with such a well-behaved daughter who could resist hugging her. Aunt Wang candidly said, besides loving to kiss the child passionately, the mistress really has no shortcomings in taking care of the child, and Mr. Kai is very supportive as well. Aunt Zhao nodded in agreement, and both of them looked at Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue, who were playing early education games with Zhu Tuan. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue were playing with Zhu Tuan using a magnetic fishing toy, which is an early education game that can exercise hand-eye coordination and improve concentration. The 5-month-old little one can briefly sit in an adult's arms for a while, holding a small fishing rod in her little round hand, while Kai Yue gently holds her hand as they go fishing together. Lin Jinyan then spread out a variety of underwater animals such as magnet-bearing orcas, starfish, and manta rays in front of Zhu Tuan, gently explaining, Zhu Tuan, you can use a fishing rod to catch fish, and the fish you catch will be yours. Zhu Tuan still didn't quite understand how to play, and the little dumpling held the fishing rod in confusion, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her cherry blossom-colored lips pressed together without saying a word. Kai Yue lightly scoffed and guided her hand to demonstrate, look, it's like this. There was a soft thud, and a sense of weight came from the fishing rod in Zhu Tuan's hand as a great white shark was steadily attracted by the magnet. The Snowball was instantly stunned, with wide eyes bursting with surprise and joy, the corners of its mouth raised high, babbling happily and expressing its inner excitement in baby talk. Dada, the Snowball waved its trophy in hand, beaming with a broad smile. Yaya. Lin Jinyan smiled and praised. That's right, my darling is amazing, you can try it yourself. Before the next fishing trip, the Snowball used its small, tender paws to push away Dad's big hand, making dissatisfied humming sounds with its little mouth. HMPH, Dad, don't disturb her, she wants to do it herself. Upon seeing this, Kai Yue fully released his grip and leisurely watched the little ball of fluff exploring by herself. She waved the fishing rod, clumsily slapping it against the sea creatures below, but not a single one took the bait. Zhu Tuan pressed her lips together, her small face showing a hint of disbelief. Lin Zhizhang encouraged her, Zuduan, you can use a lighter force because exerting too much force won't catch any fish. Zuduan tried again. This time she used much less strength, but due to her insufficient hand-eye coordination, her small hands waved the fishing rod and repeatedly missed the underwater creatures, still not hooking any. Zuduan was annoyed and pouted, her small face puffed up in anger. Although Zhu Duan was getting angry, Lin Zhizhang and Kai Yue did not step in to help her complete the task. Kai Yue steadily held Snowball's small waist, which was as round as a ball, to prevent her from accidentally falling due to restlessness. Lin Zhizhang rearranged the small animals that had been messed up, preparing for Snowball's next attempt. On the third attempt, Snowball tightly pursed her lips, carefully placing the fishing rod over the fish. For adults, this may be an action that is incredibly simple, but for 5-month-old Snowball, having her little hands accurately obey the commands from her brain is no easy task. The Snowball seems to have learned some skills from the last 2 failures. She maneuvered her little round paws tremulously. Although her movements were difficult and slow, she had already gained a clear sense of direction and order. The fishing rod slowly approached the sea creatures at the bottom. After a while, everyone heard a faint pop sound. A clownfish was attached to the fishing rod. Zhu Tuan successfully caught a fish. Achieving something through her own efforts filled Zhu Tuan with a sense of accomplishment. She proudly lifted her cute little face, eagerly showing off the clownfish she caught to her parents and aunties, her cherry blossom pink mouth opening and closing, babbling in baby language. "Mom and Dad, hurry and look at my nest, it's super amazing." The 2 aunties exaggeratedly clapped their hands, their faces beaming with satisfied smiles. Kai Yue smiled faintly and said, "Not bad." Lin Zhai took the opportunity to pinch the chubby little face of the baby and then inhaled deeply, saying, "Smart baby, mommy rewards you with a kiss." Kai Yue, who saw through it at a glance, smiled helplessly. Snowball realized that she was once again attacked by mommy's kisses. Although she was giggling with a giggle giggle giggle, there was a hint of doubt in her smile. How strange, last time she cried, Mom said to use kisses to comfort her. She lay there motionless in the stroller, staring blankly, and Mom said again to use kisses to cool her little face. So what exactly are the functions of a kiss? Kisses may not have such an obvious effect on Snowball, but for Lin Zhizhang, kissing Snowball is like recharging, instantly boosting her spirit and energy. After finishing with the cub, Lin Zhizhang, beaming with a rosy glow, went with Kai Yue to play with Zhu Tuan for a while. An exciting early education minigame. They placed the Snowball in the center of the blanket, and the couple each held one end of the blanket, playing games with the Snowball like swings, elevators, and rolling back and forth. The Snowball was tossed back and forth in the blanket, turning the whole little one into a happy pig ball, constantly laughing out loud with hee hee hee, its eyes shaped like crescent moons, and its rosy little face revealing 2 small white teeth. Lin Zhizhang was maneuvering the blanket and looked up at Kai Yue to explain, "Don't underestimate this game. It's one of the methods for sensory integration training. It can help exercise the baby's bodily control and balance, promoting the development of her vestibular system in the inner ear." After playing the blanket game, Lin Zhizhang arranged some intellectual games suitable for a 5-month-old baby, such as tearing stickers and playing with a busy ball. The busy ball has various interesting mechanisms such as a spinning wheel, pressing fun, gears, and twisting fun. While holding the little hand of Zhu Tuan to play, Lin Zhizhang explained to Kai Yue the benefits of each game. For a 5-month-old baby, besides gross motor skills, the development of fine motor skills and hand-eye coordination is also crucial, so it is necessary to train the baby's little hands every day. Kai Yue softly responded, his gaze unconsciously lingering on Lin Zhizhang, who was intimately interacting with the child for a long time. The woman had fair skin and sparkling eyes, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. Her long hair was casually pinned back with a simple shark clip, and 2 light strands of hair fell beside her cheeks. In high school, she walked past him holding a Chinese textbook that had nothing to do with him, and now she was holding their child in her arms. A sudden wave of intense warmth surged in his heart, and Kai Yue averted his gaze, trying to disguise his overly passionate look by pretending to drink water. He has just realized that his romantic mindset actually began to develop when he was 16 years old. After playing games with the snow team for half a day, Lin Jianayan suddenly received a call from Wang Siwen, saying that there was an urgent matter at the studio that needed her to return and handle. Lin Jianayan hurriedly explained the afternoon itinerary arrangements for the snow team to Kai Yue, and after reminding them a few times, she rushed out the door. Lin Zhai had not been out for long when the little princess sleeping in the crib began to wake up slowly. The little princess who had just gotten up was in a bad mood, her cute little face tightly scrunched up. She was wearing slightly tight pajamas, and with her legs crossed like a little pig's trotter, she looked quite arrogant. A finger stretched out from the small round paw, resembling a little antenna, as if it were receiving mysterious signals from the world. Zhu Tuan saw her dad and two aunties but did not see her mom, which made her mood not very cheerful. The little snowball has a grumpy face and a sassy expression. Ow. Kai Yue remembered Lin Jianayan's instructions to trim the snowball's nails in the afternoon. Helpless as the snowball was throwing a tantrum, Kai Yue couldn't hold her hand, so she had to start by trimming her toenails. The snowball had 5 round toes on her little feet, and Kai Yue frowned as she carefully picked up the baby nail clippers to start trimming them. To prevent the little one from moving around, he threatened sternly, "Kai Zhu, behave yourself. When mom isn't home, no one will spoil you." The little snowball let out a soft whimper, its small paws squeezing into 2 soft, round balls, protesting silently. HMPH tilde. She is not very satisfied with the foot care specialist her mother hired for her. Kai Yue and Zhu Tuan secretly struggled for a while, but in the end, Kai Yue still lost. He had no choice but to casually take a piece of paper from the drawer and shove it into Zhu Tuan's hand. "Play by yourself, don't move." Kai Yue originally thought that Zhu Tuan wouldn't obediently comply so easily, but unexpectedly, she really didn't move at all, not even making a sound. Could it really be resolved so easily with just a piece of paper? Kai Yue was filled with doubt, looking up in disbelief. It was only then that he realized the paper he had casually handed to Zhu Tuan was actually the 4-dimensional ultrasound report of the little dumpling. Zhu Tuan's big eyes were wide open, fixated on the colorful photos on the ultrasound report, and a droplet of sparkling saliva even trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Kai Yue's WeChat sounded. Lin Jianayan asked worriedly, "I am in the studio, how is the baby? Did you trim her nails? Please be careful not to hurt her." Kai Yue chuckled lightly and sent Lin Jianayan a photo of the snowball. In the photo, the little milk ball was seriously looking at a piece of paper. Her small face was pink and soft, and her round little tummy was very eye-catching. Lin Jianayan was surprised. Is she really that well-behaved? What is she looking at? Kai Yue smiled and leisurely replied, "How could she not be well-behaved? The little one is reading her introduction manual." Sweet Snow Studio. Lin Jinyan and Wang Siwen were busy carefully packing the 3rd round of samples, preparing to send them to SGS for fabric testing. About a week later, they will be able to get the formaldehyde content and color fastness report, which is crucial for the quality control of Sweet Snow children's clothing. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the shareholders of Sweet Snow children's clothing, Yang Shuang, Kaio Kinking, and Zio Menki, arrived at the studio one after another. Wang Siwen provided a detailed report on the opening progress of Sweet Snow children's clothing and showcased the final promotional photos taken by Raven for the snowball. Everyone sat together, discussing and giving suggestions. The existing materials are still not sufficient. During the store opening promotion, it would be best to have 2 visual posts every day and at least 1 to 2 short videos a week, or to update the designer's journal weekly. This way, we can better attract traffic. Has everyone carefully reviewed the leasing terms of the studio? It would be best to clarify the electricity fee standards with the landlord to avoid disputes later. There are also some easily overlooked hidden costs that need to be accounted for, such as purchasing warehouse insurance, which is very necessary to reduce potential risks. After discussing the various preparations for opening the store, everyone left the studio and arrived at the afternoon tea restaurant at 4:30. After changing to a comfortable and pleasant environment, everyone stopped talking about work, and the topic turned to summer manicures, Yang Shuang's new boyfriend, and the centennial celebration of the 7th school. Zio Menki, Zai Zai, in half a month it will be the centennial celebration of our 7th school. You and class leader Kai will definitely be there, right? Lin Jianian nodded, of course we will. Zio Menki couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, if class grass Kai is going to give a speech in the auditorium, we have to get there early to secure our spots. Otherwise, we'll have to stand at the back. Yang Shuang looked curious and quickly asked, "Wow, is Lin Jinian's husband really that popular in school?" Kaio Kinking raised an eyebrow and said, "What else is there to say? Who doesn't know Kai Zaiako in the 7th school? In the past, 60% of the confession wall in the 7th school was dedicated to Kai Yue." She seemed to remember something fun and eagerly added, "And 30% were for Chen Jiashu. Jizzy, look, the top 2 male gods in school used to be related to you, haha." Lin Jinian put down her coffee and immediately retorted, "Hey, I really have nothing to do with Chen Jiashu." Zio Menki stretched out her index finger, which had cat-eye nails, gently poking the tabletop with a bright smile. "Then why did you leave with him after school this afternoon? And what about that time you got hurt at the gym? Why did he apply medicine for you?" Kaio Kinking tilted her head playfully and chimed in, "Oh right, you guys were also called to the teacher's office together. The homeroom teacher, old he, was always watching out for early romance." Yang Shuang said with a smirk, "I really regret going abroad so early. I didn't know that Zai Zai was so amazing in high school, capturing both the 1st and 2nd male gods, and never told me." Among them, Wang Siwen showed little interest in relationship issues and was only interested in making money and working. She sipped her coffee leisurely while enjoying the excitement from the side. Lin Jinian felt helpless and could hardly express herself, as if even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash her clean. "Zai Zai, did Chen Jiashu ever pursue you? Why is everyone saying you two were together?" Lin Jinian rubbed her forehead and said to a few people seriously, "Chen Jiashu has never pursued me. I also want to know why everyone spread rumors about us being together at that time, and it was said so confidently. The whole thing is really absurd, okay?" Lin Jinian recalled her past carefully. She only remembered the few interactions she had with Chen Jiashu, including the time he overheard her talking on the phone with Yang Shuang on the rooftop, and they chatted for a while. As for what the classmates said about walking home together after school, that's because she takes bus number 11, and Chen Jiashu sometimes takes bus number 11 as well. Although they take the same bus, they don't talk at all, as they are seated in front of and behind each other. There was also that time when they were both called to the teacher's office, which was 2 completely different matters happening to coincide. She was there to distribute the Chinese quiz papers as the Chinese class representative, while Chen Jiashu, as the academic committee member, was assisting the homeroom teacher in tallying attendance for self-study, completely unrelated to the teacher's crackdown on early relationships. There is no relation at all. However, the incident in the gymnasium indeed counts as Chen Jiashu helping her. When she was taking the physical fitness test, she accidentally scraped her elbow. Coincidentally, Chen Jiashu had iodine and cotton swabs in his backpack. He simply handed her the iodine since he was sitting nearby. Yet the next day, the whole class was spreading rumors that he personally applied the medicine for her, which was simply ridiculous. As the saying goes, when 3 men gather, a tiger can be fabricated. Rumors spread in this unfounded and absurd manner. Lin Jinian calmly explained to a few close friends. In short, it's not what you think. She casually added a universal quote to silence them. If you don't believe it, that's fine. Several friends rolled their eyes at Lin Jinian in unison. In fact, while they pretended to joke around, they also felt deep down that Lin Jinian and Chen Jiashu were nothing special. Xiao Mengqi no longer tangled with this topic and brightly asked, "On the day of the 7th school's anniversary, you must take my little doll with you, okay?" Lin Jinian had a black line on her forehead, little doll. Kaio kinking, that's my chubby daughter that I'm raising at your place, hee. Lin Jinian. By then, Zhu Tuan will also be half a year old, and she and Kai Yue can just take Zhu Tuan back to their alma mater for a visit. Thinking of the alma mater that nurtured her for 3 years, Lin Jianian's eyes flashed with tenderness as she nodded and replied, "Of course I'll take the little one back with me." In stark contrast to the peaceful and joyful gathering of friends on Lin Jianian's side, Kai Yue felt that he was fighting a tough battle. The snowball who couldn't see her mother was not as obedient as usual. Her small face was flushed like an apple, and her little mouth babbled away, complaining about various things. A pair of round paws waved around arrogantly, and the chubby piglet hooves kicked up in dissatisfaction, never staying still for a moment. It was not easy to coax and trick the snowball into getting her nails trimmed, but Kai Yue began to feel a headache thinking about the next agenda. He was going to take the snowball to a baby swimming pool for swimming. After the weather warmed up, Lin Jinian signed Zhu Tuan up for a swimming class. It is said that infant swimming can help develop the baby's spatial perception nervous system through water pressure fluctuations, promote cerebellar development, strengthen the body, and provide many other benefits. Aunt Zhao has already packed Zhu Tuan's little swimsuit and swimming ring, and a few people drove straight to the swimming pool. When they arrived, Zhu Tuan's swimming coach was already waiting by the pool. "This is the first swimming class on the snowball," Coach Liang asked Kai Yue. "Mr. Kai, will you be getting into the water with the kids today?" Parent-child swimming, as the name suggests, is a joint activity for parents and children that not only facilitates early water education, but also enhances the parent-child relationship. Kai Yue glanced at the little spoiled brat in Aunt Zhao's arms, wearing a small yellow hat and pouting, and nodded helplessly. Kai Yue went to the changing room to change into swimming trunks, while Aunt Zhao changed Zhu Tuan into a waterproof diaper and a small swimsuit. In fact, infants at Zhu Tuan's age only need to wear waterproof diapers for swimming and do not need to wear a swimsuit. But Lin Jianian still prepared a cute little swimsuit with a matching swim cap for Zhu Tuan. After Kai Yue came out of the changing room, he saw Zhu Tuan, who was already dressed in her swimsuit. She was wearing a red and white checkered two-piece swimsuit with a matching swim cap on her head. Her round little face was soft and rosy, revealing her chubby little belly, lotus root arms, and plump short legs. Aunt Zhao couldn't help but touch Zhu Tuan's exposed little arms, exclaiming, "What a cute little lady." Kai Yue's gaze lingered on Zhu Tuan for a moment, and he let out a light snort without giving an opinion. Although the little dumpling is amusing, her temper is quite something. Outside the pool, Kai Yue almost couldn't hold onto Zhu Tuan, who babbled in a baby voice that adults couldn't understand, stomping her chubby legs. With her little round paws, she vigorously patted Kai Yue's shoulder, her soft little face puffy with anger. Kai Yue frowned and whispered a threat, "No more throwing a tantrum or I'll tell your mother." Zhu Tuan went from disbelief to cursing, her chubby little body twisting and turning. Her small frame was so slippery that if she twisted too hard, she might accidentally fall to the ground. Aunt Zhao was anxious and inadvertently spoke her mind. "Mr. Kai, Zhu Tuan might be afraid of your tattoos, so she doesn't want you to hold her." After Aunt Zhao finished speaking, she couldn't help but bite her own tongue. Unconsciously, she glanced at Kai Yue's bare upper body with the gaze of an elder. Mr. Kai has a great figure, no doubt about it. He wore seaweed green swim trunks, and his strong physique exuded a wild and imposing presence, much better than those online male celebrities. Otherwise, his wife wouldn't be constantly mesmerized by him, looking soft and listless every day. However, he has a bit too many tattoos on his body. According to young people's aesthetics, that is called cool, but in the eyes of elders, he seems like a wild and unruly delinquent, which is quite frightening for the baby. Kai Yue helplessly raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. He had no choice but to change the direction of the snowball and hold her, cradling her chubby knees with his arm, letting her small round back rest against his chest and abdomen. The snowball couldn't see Dad's tattoo and got distracted by other things, so it stopped struggling. Her small face was filled with confusion. She raised her chubby little legs and kicked them back and forth, then put her thumb in her mouth and sucked it with a sound, her big eyes curiously looking at the shimmering swimming pool not far away. "Coach Liang, Mr. Kai, you can take your child into the water now." According to the staff at the swimming pool, the parent-child pool has reached food-grade standards, so even if the baby accidentally swallows water while swimming, there is no need to worry at all. Kai Yue confidently carried Zhu Tuan down to the temperature-controlled swimming pool. As the water just covered Zhu Tuan's little feet, she nervously pulled her feet up. Her chubby little short legs curled tightly in front of her small belly. It feels a bit strange." Coach Liang smiled and said, "It's normal for young children to feel a bit nervous their first time swimming. It's okay, you can let her feel the water temperature first. After she gets accustomed to it, you can take her into the water." Kai Yue gently held one of Zhu Tuan's tender little feet and moved it lightly in the water. Snowball struggled for a moment. Its little short legs splashed up a big spray of water, which splattered like waves onto its belly button and then slid down. The sensation was warm, just like when she usually takes a bath. Snowball pursed its little mouth into a straight line, quietly stretched out its bent short legs, and carefully touched the water in the pool with its small feet. It doesn't seem so strange, it's even a bit fun. The snowball kicked its legs happily, and suddenly splashes of water flew up, wetting her chest and little arms. The snowball completely forgot its vigilance from 10 seconds ago. Her eyes curved with a smile as she bent her two chubby legs vigorously, straightened them, and then bent them again with force. Kai Yue witnessed the entire process of the little ball going from struggling to letting down her guard and playing, raising an eyebrow slightly. It seems that this little fellow, besides having a terrible temper, also has merits, such as being open to new things and being very brave. Kai Yue was bravely holding the little snowball, step by step walking towards the swimming pool until the water submerged up to her chest. The snowball, feeling the strong water pressure for the first time, was filled with a sense of novelty. She clenched her tiny pink fists, her big eyes sparkling, making baby sounds to express her complex feelings at that moment. Coach Liang supported the snowball under her armpits, swimming with her for a while to help her get familiar with the environment. The water in the swimming pool was crystal clear, and through the water's surface, Kai Yue could see the little ball who was swimming in a very showy manner. The snowball looks like a small meatball without a neck. At this moment, the little meatball has its two fists clenched into balls, happily splashing water and kicking its legs. After swimming for a while, it has mastered some tricks, pushing its little feet back, and its peachy face turns crimson from the effort. Coach Liang praised, "The baby is very talented, diving into the water and swimming right away. Baby, just swim and the coach will hold you." The little dumpling, hearing the praise, became even more smug, proudly holding its head high and kicking forward a few more steps. Kai Yue chuckled softly, using an underwater camera to record a video of the snowball swimming, watching with great interest the scene of the snowball in the water. The little milk belly is round and bouncy, shaking like jelly with every swimming movement. Lin Jinyan knows she will definitely be dazzled by it again upon seeing this. Coach Liang, Mr. Kai, you can come over to pick up your child and swim a circle with them like I just did. Kai Yue turned off the camera and took the snowball from Coach Liang's hands. Just as the two were interacting, the snowball suddenly got excited and started splashing the water with its little round hands. With a splash, her little face was hit by the water. She closed her eyes, wrinkled her nose, and her little face turned pale from fright. Coach Liang nervously asked, Zuduan, are you okay? Aunt Zhao, standing on the shore, shouted in panic, Zuduan. This is troublesome. Every time Mr. Kai takes Zuduan out alone, there are constant issues, and I really don't know how to explain it to the madam. The pool will be splashed with water. The little girl who was splashed in the face was quickly picked up from the pool. He frowned and counted to 3 in his mind, thinking that the little girl was sure to cry and throw a tantrum. To his surprise, the little girl was very strong. She didn't cry. Instead, her big eyes were filled with pitiful tears. The little girl hummed and muttered, her expression very rich, one moment angry, the next in disbelief, and then as if she had forgiven the whole world. Awo-a-ye-ye. Kai Yue looked at the small face of the snowball as it transformed continuously until it finally settled into tranquility. It seems the little one has finally decided to forgive everything. The man couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Jinyan was right. Zuduan is truly a very generous tummy baby. The underwater video of Zuduan swimming quickly made it to Lin Jinyan's phone. A little milk belly like a watermelon, a round little butt, lively and energetic round hands and chubby feet. The fine bubbles in the pool keep bubbling up, and the dark blue light beams highlight the underwater scene, making it both peaceful and deep, yet full of cuteness. Bread feet, ham legs, how lovely and plump they are. This is just like a little piglet that has just learned to swim. And it's even wearing a bikini. Through the screen, Lin Jun could almost smell the faint fragrance of milk emanating from Zhu Tuan. Lin Jun couldn't help but smile. She regretted not participating in Zhu Tuan's first swimming event. After finishing afternoon tea with her close friends, Lin Jinyan politely declined their invitation for dinner and drinks, hurrying home. Her heart felt like it was gently tugged by a kite string. No matter where she was, it was firmly tied to that little ball of fluff. On her way home, Lin Jinyan received the second snowball video sent by Kai Yue. She clicked open the video and was instantly charmed by the snowball. The snowball was babbling away, its 2 little round paws tightly gripping her swimming cap, its small eyebrows wrinkled into little bumps, and its face was filled with displeasure, while its cherry blossom pink little mouth kept opening and closing as if scolding someone. Sure enough, the next second, Kai Yue started complaining to her. Kai Yue, your daughter cursed at me and it was pretty dirty. Lin Jinyan smiled indulgently and typed, I'll help you get revenge when we go back. Kai Yue, her temper is too big right now. You need to educate her a bit. Lin Jinyan continued to be perfunctory. Okay. Kai Yue. Lin Jinyan returned home and immediately saw the chubby baby playing alone on the living room crawling mat, with 2 ants standing silently not far away, guarding her like door gods. The baby's round back was plump, and she didn't know what she was fiddling with, her head lowered and completely still, her round ball-like back focused and well-behaved. She was wearing a grass-green onesie, without socks, exposing a section of her chubby short legs and little feet. Her bread-like feet rubbed against the crawling mat, then lifted up and swayed left and right. Lin Jinyan had long thrown the idea of educating her daughter out of her mind. She couldn't help but carefully admire the little snowball's feet. No matter how much she looked, she could never get enough. The new shoes are truly different. The skin is thin but the flesh is thick. Snowball quickly sensed that Mom was back. She turned her little head and twisted her little face. The moment she saw Lin Jinyan, her big eyes instantly lit up, and her round little paws excitedly patted the crawling mat, her chubby body wriggling back and forth, wanting to hurry to her mom's side. Snowball happily shouted, "Yaya." Lin Jinyan's heart instantly softened to mush as she ran forward and picked up the little ball, holding her upright. "Zuduan, did you have fun swimming today?" Zuduan pouted with a grievance, let out a howl, and placed her two little round paws obediently on her small belly. Lin Jinyan squinted his eyes. "Did Daddy bully you?" Zuduan waved her little meaty hands, looking both aggrieved and magnanimous. At this moment, a slow and unhurried sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind, and a deep male voice echoed, "Back already." Lin Jinyan turned around holding the snowball, only to see Kai Yue walking down the spiral staircase with steady steps. The man had just finished showering, wearing a clean white short-sleeved shirt, his slightly damp black hair casually falling over his forehead, exuding a calm and lazy scent of Hermes Terre de Hermes perfume. He held a glass of ice-sparkling water in his hand, casually walking towards Lin Jinyan, raising an eyebrow and stretching his tone slowly. The snowball didn't perform very well today, not very obedient. Lin Jai cleared her throat and asked, "What did she do wrong?" After saying that, he lovingly pulled the little snowball into his arms, and the snowball pouted and swung its short legs. Kai Yue took a sip of sparkling water and casually said, "She has been in a bad mood since she came out of the swimming pool." Lin Jai glanced at the chubby side profile of the snowball and smiled, explaining, "There must be a reason for her tantrum." Kai Yue scoffed, "She still won't sit in the safety seat." Lin Jai Nyan's eyes rolled. Is it that the safety seat is uncomfortable, or is the seat belt not secured properly? Snowball also responded with a woof, in agreement with Mom. "It's all the safety seat's fault. She knows nothing, Tilda." Kai Yue walked in front of Lin Jai Nyan, his gaze lightly falling on Zhu Tuan. She returned home and scolded people loudly, "I recorded it all, there's evidence." Lin Jai Nyan bit her lip. This time the other party had evidence and she couldn't refute it. Kai Yue took out his phone and played the video of Zhu Tuan scolding. Lin Jai Nyan could only point at the video and patiently reason with Zhu Tuan. "Zhu Tuan, do you want to tell Dad that you want to continue swimming?" Zhu Tuan saw her own video of scolding, her small mouth pursed into a straight line, her eyes wide open, and her little pink fists clenched into balls. Lin Jai Nyan gently educated, "Little feet splash and splash. When the time comes, we have to go home. Because you are still small, you can't swim for too long each time. Otherwise your little body won't be able to handle it. That's why Dad took you out of the pool. But your behavior of scolding is not right. Oh, little fairies speak in soft voices. Scolding loudly is uncivilized behavior." As she was speaking, Lin Jai Nyan suddenly felt warm liquid dripping onto her arm. Zhu Tuan actually cried. Her little mouth is raised high, her little nose is flushed red, her curled long eyelashes are covered with crystal clear tears, and there are tracks of pitiful tears running down her little chubby cheeks. Lin Jinyan's eyes widened slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Zhu Tuan, I didn't scold you." Kai Yue gave Zhu Tuan a tissue to wipe her tears, frowning slightly. "You are so fierce when you scold others. How can your tears be so shallow? Moreover, Mom didn't say anything about you. She was just trying to reason with you." Lin Jinyan stopped talking about Zhu Tuan, but Zhu Tuan was still crying, her little mouth pouting hard, her small body shaking, with her little head drooping, feeling very downcast. After Mom and Dad coaxed Zhu Tuan for a long time, Zhu Tuan was still very unhappy. She quietly sobbed and wiped her tears on the back of her hand. In the end, it was unclear who turned off the phone video that was playing on loop, but at that moment, Zhu Tuan miraculously stopped crying. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue exchanged a glance and saw a hint of surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. Therefore, Zhu Tuan was not crying because of Lin Jinyan's education. She cried because she heard her angry voice in the video. This incident just happens to verify a complex, mysterious, and profound issue. Adults cannot view infants through the lens of their own world. The world of adults is entirely different from that of infants, and there is indeed infant language in the world of infants. Zhu Tuan can understand the infant language she once spoke, so when she hears the words she said in anger, she feels sad inside, which is why she cried. To verify this discovery, Lin Jinyan rummaged through her phone for a video of Zhu Tuan playing with toys, babbling happily. The video played the sound of the little one giggling kekekek, along with many other syllables that adults couldn't understand, like yaya, dada, gugu, ee. In the next moment, the little snowball squinted her big eyes and began to laugh along with the video. Her eyelashes still had the tears from earlier, and her big eyes were brighter than ever, while the little red tip of her nose from crying earlier was bubbling with snot. But the little snowball was laughing happily, showing two tiny, white baby teeth, clearly infected by the sound of her own voice from the video. Before bedtime, Lin Jiyer looked at her daughter's fragrant and soft sleeping face, still pondering this question. There are many incredible things that she only realized after the snowball, and she increasingly feels that infants are a particularly magical existence. Can she remember things that happened during the fetal state? The moment she was separated from her mother's womb, in that instant when her lungs began to breathe, what surged in her heart was a longing for new life or a fear of death. What is the world like before her eyes? Is it fuzzy, lacking in color, or can she see more than what adults cannot see? Add colorful and splendid other worlds. Lin Jiyan was lost in thought when a man's mocking laughter came from the bedside. Lin Jiyan, do you want to see what you're doing? Lin Jinyan's movements halted, and the chopsticks in his hand stopped as well. After she realized what she was doing, her face instantly turned red. She immediately sat up from the bed, her eyes darting away. She scratched her head and said with a simple smile, I just wanted to see how much flesh was on Zhu Tuan's face. I didn't expect you to show up suddenly. Kai Yue crossed his arms and helplessly said, so you used chopsticks to pinch her face. Moreover, he pinched it quite vigorously, using chopsticks to grab the little fat on the round face of the snowball. Lin Jai put down the chopsticks and said nonchalantly, what's the matter? I gave birth to my child after 10 months of pregnancy, so what's wrong with having some fun? Kai Yue smiled meaningfully and said, you can play, but you must not wake her up, because we have other things to do. Lin Jiyan shrank back slightly, sensing the dangerous atmosphere that appeared every night before falling asleep. In the next moment, a cool fragrance rushed in, and Kai Yue bent down to kiss her lips. He also covered Zhu Tuan's eyes with one hand. Lin Jiyan tilted her head to endure the man's domineering affection, her body involuntarily trembling slightly, her breathing becoming rapid, her hands pressing against his strong chest, and her eyelashes unknowingly became wet. As Lin Jinyan explored upwards in Kai Yue's palm, she barely held on to the last shred of clear-headedness and turned her face away from him, gasping as she asked, why are you covering the snowball? The man's lips and tongue were lingering by her ear as he whispered, I'm afraid she might suddenly wake up and see something she shouldn't. Lin Jinyan pushed against his chest, biting her lip as she said, you should quickly take your hand away from the snowball's face. It would be problematic if you covered her nose. Kai Yue moved his hand away from the snowball's face. With a faint gasp, Kai Yue hoisted Lin Jinyan from the bed and directly carried her to the bathroom. Lin Jinyan naturally knew what was going to happen next. She turned as red as a ripe tomato, struggling with her ankles in the air, but was firmly controlled by the man's large hand. Unable to break free, Lin Jinyan found various reasons to scold him, starting from how he didn't take care of the child well during the day and continuing until bedtime at night. You are not allowed to cover Snowball's eyes again. Who told you that your hands are so big? Upon hearing this, Kai Yue's footsteps came to a halt. With a crack, a sudden sensation of a light yet sharp sting came from behind, and Lin Jianyan's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her momentarily stunned and somewhat rigid. Putting other things aside, my hands really are not that big. A man's hoarse and ambiguous laughter sounded in her ear. A slap on your backside would be just right. The water in the bathtub surged outward, creating ripples that spread in a highly dynamic manner. The water flowed over the edge of the tub, sliding down the porcelain walls, leaving a large area of irregular water marks on the marble floor tiles. The fingers, resembling green onion whites, tightly grasped the edge of the bathtub, their pale joints highlighting the marks of exertion. However, when a strong force struck, the delicate fingers ultimately succumbed, helplessly submerging in the water. Beneath the roaring sound of splashing water lies another, more secretive voice. Lin Jinyan's knees were scraped raw and swollen against the bottom of the bathtub, her eyes filled with tears as she cried out in pain. Kai Yue's dark and restrained brows slightly furrowed as he reached out with his long arms to pull the woman out of the bathtub. Swish! The splashing water flows down. What's wrong? Let me take a look. Although Lin Jinyan had left the bathtub, she had not escaped from the culprit that tormented her. Even due to the change in their relative positions, its head quickly turned to a point that had never been explored before. In that instant, Lin Jinyan couldn't help but shiver all over, a low moan escaping her lips, sweet juice overflowing, merging with the warm water in the bathtub and spilling out with the surging water flow. The man was stimulated to the point of having bloodshot eyes. His Adam's apple rolled heavily, and his hoarse voice was like that of someone who had consumed high-proof liquor. The water in the bathtub can no longer be washed. He carried her out of the bathtub, each step like hammering nails, until he pinned Lin Jinyan in front of the full-length mirror in the bathroom, fogged up by moisture. He raised one hand to pinch Lin Jinyan's chin, turning her face towards the mirror, while using the other hand to pry her open and lift her outward. Did you see it? Lin Jinyan's moist eyes followed Kai Yue's gesture, accidentally catching a glimpse. The entire scene laid bare. The creamy ice at the point of clash was the spoils of battle for both sides. Lin Jinyan was suddenly turned around, losing her support, and she fell against the mirror to the ground. She had not yet recovered when she suddenly exclaimed and turned her face to avoid it. Although her face avoided it, the tips of her hair and the bear's mouth did not. Lin Jinyan was bullied to tears, not remembering how many times she had been bullied to tears tonight. But she never had the chance to get angry at Kai Yue, because once this man got out of bed, he would become particularly gentlemanly and gentle. He held her, kissing and coaxing her, gently stroking her soaked hair, wrapping her in his arms to comfort her with sweet words, softly helping her take a bath, and finally wrapping her in a soft towel, drying her hair, applying body lotion, and carefully dressing her in pajamas. A completely different person from the strong and twisted man half an hour ago. When Lin Jinyan was put back on the bed by Kai Yue, she still felt a surge of anger inside. While Kai Yue was away to feed and change Zhu Tuan, she secretly curled up in the blanket, took out her phone, opened Zio Hangshu, and switched to her alternate account. This small account of Lin Jianyan rarely logs in, has no fans, and no one knows about it. She bit her fingertip and sent a text-to-image help request. Is there any way to shorten the time when my husband takes too long to cook? She waited for 2 minutes, watching the reading count of the notes slowly increase, but no one commented. It might be because this account is new, so it's normal not to have traffic. Lin Jinyan sighed, just as she was about to turn off her phone. A comment from a netizen popped up. Netizen, is the experience not good? Is the time too long but the kitchenware too small? You need to be clearer so that the sisters can help you. Lin Jinyan, nestled in her quilt, secretly typed. Every time I cook it takes at least an hour. Isn't the kitchenware considered not small, like SKI? Another netizen discovered this post and asked, "Fairy water?" Lin Jinyan frowned. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it still illustrated the problem well. The netizen on the opposite side was so shocked that they didn't reply for several minutes. Lin Jinyan thought it was her own lack of detail that caused the confusion, so she frowned and continued. At first, it was a bit uncomfortable, and I didn't feel too good afterwards either. At first, that netizen came back again. Even through the screen, it seemed possible to hear her scream, is immortal water really a thing? Why have I only talked about a Mac bullet head?" Here comes another Momo. The host's husband is exceptionally talented. I want to ask the host, how can one determine a man's ability in that aspect based on appearance? Because I've recently been talking to an 858 guy who loves fitness and he has big muscles, but I haven't tried yet to see if he's capable. Lin Jinyan watched as more and more netizens flocked to this post, but the topic of conversation had completely shifted. "Dear Momo, I can tell you from my personal experience that those who are too tall and muscular are very likely to be lacking. This is because the advantage at the top affects the growth of lateral buds, leading to a big tree bearing peppers. It's best to find a guy who is naturally slim and does not gain weight, with large hands, big feet, and a big nose, whose body temperature is consistently warm throughout the seasons. This kind of robust, lean man is very impressive. At a glance, the person upstairs is experienced. I would add that you shouldn't look for chubby guys, but thin guys need to be fit rather than scrawny. If he usually works out, you can observe him secretly. Generally, those who train their backs and chests are all show with no substance. You should look for those who regularly train their legs, as strong leg muscles are important." "That's right. My boyfriend plays soccer and he has thick thighs. He cooks exceptionally well and I'm almost addicted to it." What do you all know? You need to look at the wrists and the overall bone structure. Size is secondary. Hardness is what matters. Additionally, you can check the color of the joints. Pink joints indicate high testosterone levels. Lin Jinyan looked on in astonishment. She couldn't help but glance at the legs of Kai Yue, who was standing there lulling the child to sleep. The man's legs were muscular and strong, with very sharp muscle lines. He had loved biking and playing ball since his teenage years. No wonder he could develop such sturdy and powerful legs. Lin Zhai's face turned red as she quietly replied, "Looking at the legs should be accurate." With this exact reply, the netizens discussed passionately. "Author, if you feel you can't accept it, take the initiative next time. Men are all trained." "Master the initiative." Sisters, if any of you need training tutorials, you can check the link posted in my homepage shop." Lin Jinyan pursed her lips and clicked on that netizen's homepage store. At the top was a book titled Men I've Dated, exceeding 20-some must-share experiences, priced at $499. Lin Jinyan steeled herself and paid. That netizen, whom she had never met, quickly sent over a set of learning materials and kindly added a word of encouragement, keep it up, seeing my sister eating so well I am relieved." Lin Jinyan replied, "Thank you," and then, feeling guilty like a thief, exited the account, turned off the phone and went to sleep. Since that night, Lin Jinyan's gaze seemed to be enchanted. Aside from subconsciously focusing on Kai Yue's legs, she often couldn't help but secretly admire his wrists, nose, and even the overall outline of his skeleton. Kai Yue keenly detected her vague gaze, furrowing his brow slightly, and asked, "Why do you always seem lost in thought?" Lin Jianian suddenly came to her senses, and what caught her eyes was Kai Yue, dressed in a dark suit, adjusting his tie in front of the mirror. A glimpse of his wrist bone was faintly visible under the suit sleeve, and beneath the swirling tattoos was a palpable sense of strength. Lin Jianian quickly averted her gaze, cleared her throat, and tried to change the topic. "Zhu Tuan will soon be half a year old. We need to start introducing solid food to her." As she spoke, Lin Jianian's gaze shifted to the little bundle lying on the big bed, playing by herself. Zhu Tuan was wearing a onesie from Tanksu Children's Clothing and had a matching headband on her head, making her look like a soft, sticky taro ball. But upon closer inspection, Lin Jianian noticed that Zhu Tuan was clearly sneaking the tag from the edge of the blanket into her mouth, eating it with great relish. She sucked and sucked, making the edges of her little mouth red, looking very funny. Lin Jianian was busy picking up the snowball from the bed and said helplessly, "Zhu Tuan, do you really want to try the new food for adults?" The snowball blinked its big eyes, waving its little round hands in the air, and chattered with its small mouth. "She wants to eat everything, even that quilt bran looks so delicious." Lin Jai softly coaxed, "Whatever you want to eat, the adult will make it for you, but you have to try one thing at a time to rule out any food that might cause an allergic reaction." After saying that, she turned to Kai Yue and asked, "By the way, what do you want to eat tonight, beef or seafood?" Before Dad could answer, Zhu Tuan let out a soft ow and rubbed her round head against Mom's neck. Lin Jai smiled gently. She patted Zhu Tuan's chubby little arm, which was soft and plump, and would bounce back lightly with just one gentle pat. Rhythmic, energetic music is playing in the bedroom. Today, the little one is in a very good mood. She licks her lips, her chubby body wriggling on the bed, her short legs kicking like a sweeping kick, and her little belly shaking, excited to the max. With a round head, round brain, and round belly, Lin Jinyang is completely smitten by her and gives her a kiss on the forehead. The snowball's head is sweaty from dancing, emitting a unique scent that is a mix of milk fragrance and the adorable smell of a little puppy. Kai Yue ties his tie, and as his gaze sweeps across Lin Jinyang's smiling face brimming with joy, the corners of his lips involuntarily curl up slightly. He once again set his sights on that soul dancer, Zhu Tuan. Zhu Tuan was dancing joyfully, swaying to the intense rhythm of the music, waving her little hands, laughing so hard that her eyes were squeezed shut. Lin Jinyang finished dancing a song with the little one and then tilted her head in confusion, asking Kai Yue, "Hey, what are we eating tonight? I have choice paralysis, so you need to think of something." The atmosphere group Zhu Tuan, Au Tilda. Kai Yue lightly sneered and said, "Why not just eat the child tonight? This chunky little one is perfect for sashimi, just a little soy sauce and a pinch of wasabi." From 5 months old to 6 months old, stepping from early summer into midsummer, the growth of Snowball is like a wonderfully thrilling transformation that leaves one breathless. Lin Jianian often wonders if the child's sense of time has its own unique flow. Otherwise, how can one explain that every day she can capture a stunning new mark of growth on Snowball? When you call Snowball, she will look over, knowing that you are calling her. She rolls over with astonishing speed. As soon as an adult turns slightly, she can move from the center of the bed to the edge like a nimble explorer. She has learned to snatch things. Anything that is held in her small chubby hands cannot be taken away. Occasionally, she can sit alone for a few seconds. When supported from behind, she can sit for a bit longer. She responds to some verbal commands and will reach out for a hug. Seeing the adults eat, her little face wrinkled up, looking very anxious, and she might even drool. But once she is actually fed with the rice flour for supplementary food, after taking a bite, Zhu Tuan tightly shuts her small mouth, turns her little head to the side, not even looking at it, and makes an exaggerated expression as if she is about to gag. Lin Jianian. Aunt Zhao tried to sneak the silicone soft spoon into her mouth while she wasn't paying attention, but the little dumpling seemed to have a telepathic connection, tightly pressing her lips together in a straight line. If she accidentally gets it in her mouth, she immediately uses her little tongue to push the silicone soft spoon out. She kept her mouth shut, not even letting out a dissatisfied grunt. Only her big eyes cunningly darted back and forth, afraid that the adults would take advantage of her inattention to feed her those strange-tasting and textured foods. In addition, she could also use her strong little feet to kick the small bowl filled with inedible food away. She kicked with perfect accuracy every time. Rice flour paste was splattered all over the floor, and Kai Yue bent down with a cold face, silently wiping it with a towel. The little snowball pouted, feeling that she was already giving the adults enough face. Who told the adults to eat so deliciously, with the dining table filled with mouth-watering food every day, while the food they fed her was bland and tasteless, both in flavor and texture? No one can fool her. She is a clever little baby. The whole family took turns trying, but the chubby little one was determined not to accept her first bite of solid food. In order to help the snowball adapt to new food more quickly, Lin Jinyan decided to take the baby outside for more exercise during the day to exhaust her energy and let her discharge fully. At this moment, the snowball could sit on the crawling mat for about 10 seconds, trembling as she did so. She was wearing a light pink little sleeveless outfit, which consisted of a small sleeveless top, cotton shorts, light pink sheer thin socks, and a sun hat embroidered with delicate lace. Originally a very proper style, it was forcibly stretched by the chubby snowball into a trendy crop top. The round little belly looked as if it was flowing out from the small sleeveless top. Snowball became very interested in the chubby little belly, reaching out to pinch it. Perhaps she felt it had a wonderful texture. Her eyes lit up as she lowered her head, using her small paws to poke and pinch, curiously picking at the belly button and shaping the stomach into various interesting forms. She seemed to have found the perfect toy, lifting her little face, her cherry blossom pink lips curling into a slight smile as she sweetly beamed at the two aunties. At some point, in addition to the two small teeth below, two tiny teeth began to sprout above as well. Snowball revealed 4 small white teeth when she smiled. She was so happy that she laughed, and the whole little one was as excited as during an earthquake. The meatball couldn't stabilize for a moment, and with a tilt of its head, it fell to the side. Soft and sticky, top-heavy and bottom-light, it falls over with just a touch or even without touching. Fortunately, Aunt Zhao was quick and managed to prop up the little dumpling in time. Today's itinerary is to take Snowball out for a ride. Lin Jinyan has already changed into her clothes and walked over with Kai Yue. Aunt Wang couldn't help but smile when she saw the couple's outfits. They were dressed in matching brand sportswear and wearing couple's hats. One was handsome and strong, the other was delicate and petite, standing together like a match made in heaven. The husband's and wife's relationship really gets better day by day. Kai Yue directly picked up the snowball and stuffed her into the newly installed child seat of the road bike, securing the little one tightly with a 5-point harness, and also putting a pair of sunglasses on her. In order to take the snowball out for cycling, Kai Yue specially had 2 road bikes customized for leisure riding. The man sat down with long legs and glanced back at Lin Jinyan, only to see the woman wearing goggles, riding the road bike customized for her height and leg length, with a slightly widened seat, the dark golden frame shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Kai Yue's lips curled slightly. Shall we go? Lin Jinyan hadn't ridden for a long time. Her postnatal exercise had mainly been restorative Pilates yoga. At this moment, her palms were slightly sweaty, and she nodded nervously yet expectingly. Okay. 2 cars drove in and out of the garden slowly, with a gentle breeze brushing against the little face of Snowball, who excitedly reached out with her 2 chubby round paws, making cheerful sounds. Because he was bringing Snowball along, Kai Yue arranged a short cycling route, starting from home and heading to the harbor to watch the sunset, passing by 2 municipal parks along the way. If Snowball threw a tantrum halfway through, he could always stop the cycling plan and take her into the park to play. Leisure cycling and speed cycling are completely different styles, and Lin Jinyan prefers leisure cycling. Riding a lightweight bicycle, weaving through the city's streets and alleys, admiring the scenery along the way, feeling the June sunlight, and listening to the sounds of passing cars and people on the street, it seems as if I am closer to life, and my heart is filled with a solid sense of happiness. Kai Yue, who was riding in front, always turned back from time to check if Lin Jianian was following him. He slightly mischievously curled his lips in a smile and mouthed a sentence. Having been married for more than a year, Lin Jianian could understand at a glance. What Kai Yue said was, "Lin Jianian, you are so bad at this." Lin Jinian snorted, quickening her pace, wanting to take advantage of Kai Yue's distraction to catch him off guard. She was speeding up while feeling angry. She couldn't help but recall their second meeting after reuniting with Kai Yue during a morning ride. At that time, the man hadn't said a word about her being inexperienced. Even when everyone else had ridden to the cafe, Lin Jinian received a message from him saying, "You rode quite well, old classmate." Now Lin Ji can't help but wonder if he had different feelings for himself at that time. Otherwise, given Kai Yue's straightforward nature, how could he say such flattering words? Lin Ji also felt that she must be overthinking it. She frowned slightly, and a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. How could Kai Yue possibly be interested in her when they first reunited? They weren't familiar with each other in high school. They had been in the same class for 2 years and barely exchanged a few words, so it was unlikely that Kai Yue would suddenly develop a new interest in an old classmate he didn't know well after many years. Just speaking for myself, why was she interested in Kai Yue when they first reunited and even took the initiative? That's because she had a crush on this boy back in high school, which could be considered a unique kind of infatuation for teenage girls. A script of a long-awaited reunion, merely continuing the unfinished story of the past. Thus, their current life as a family of 3 is completely an unexpected surprise for everyone. Lin Jinian pressed her lips together and no longer allowed herself to continue overthinking. As she rode, she heard the soft y-y-d-d sound coming from the little bun behind her. Kai Yue, carrying Zhu Tuan, didn't dare to ride fast and was overtaken by Lin Jianian. However, Zhu Tuan, sitting in front of Kai Yue, was a bit dissatisfied, pouting her cherry blossom-colored lips, her small pink fists clenched into 2 soft little balls. She didn't want to be overtaken. No matter what she did, she wanted to come in first. Lin Jianian noticed the little bun's competitive spirit, smiled with narrowed eyes, and not only did not slow down, but instead continued to accelerate. The snowball cried out twice in front of Kai Yue's chest. HMPH, this is really not satisfying at all. The rider that Mom hired for her is really slow. She reached out her little round hand to grab her dad's arm, babbling in baby talk. Her pink little face looked very unhappy. Although her chubby little hand was very cute, it was not gentle at all when grabbing people, and it even hurt a bit. Kai Yue was both angry and amused, being forced by his wife and child to speed up. He could only slowly increase his pace while considering the snowball's endurance. I didn't expect Zhu Tuan to be bolder than he imagined. She was not afraid at all. On the contrary, she was very excited. As the distance to her mother shortened, Zhu Tuan laughed happily, her body tightly secured by a 5-point seatbelt, leaving her only able to move her limbs. Zhu Tuan waved her 2 small round hands in the air, and her short legs kicked back and forth excitedly. The neighbor Lin Jinian noticed Zhu Tuan's little movements and gently said with a smile, "Next time Dad takes you cycling, he should let you hold a small windmill so it can spin all the way and you can keep watching it." Kai Yue glanced at the lively and energetic little feet of the child and teasingly said, "Next time when riding a bike, you should put her in flip-flops and let her hold them with her feet to prevent her from moving around." Lin Jinian. Zhu Tuan didn't know what a windmill or flip-flops were. She continued to laugh and enthusiastically waved her little hand at passing pedestrians, like a little star in the limelight. Seeing Zhu Tuan's peach-like little face, the pedestrians were all melted by her cuteness, and several of them even wanted to take out their phones to take pictures. Kai Yue's eyes turned cold, instantly increasing his cycling speed. Lin Jianian watched as Kai Yue's bike surpassed hers like an arrow, smiling helplessly. As expected, Kai Yue still hated taking photos as always. Aside from their wedding and the full moon photo of their snowy baby, Lin Jianian had rarely seen Kai Yue take other proper pictures. Back during the school's top male student evaluation, Kai Yue didn't even have a clear frontal photo. The evaluation page only had a few low-quality side shots and even some taken from behind. Even so, the results still showed Kai Yue leading the second place by 100 votes, becoming a legendary figure in the school's top male student election over the years, and it is said that no one has been able to break this record until now. 2 road bikes rode to the bay, one in front and one behind. It was already evening. A soft orange sun hung in the sky, and the heavens looked like they had been dyed with a layer of warm amber, exuding a deep and distant mysterious aura. 2 adults and a child found a bench to sit down. Lin Jianian hugged the soft little bundle, patiently explaining to the snowball, who was seeing the sunset for the first time, the mysteries of the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, the wondrous fact that the earth is round, and the differences in sunset times between winter and summer. The snowball listened obediently, using soft baby language to converse with her mother. Although she didn't fully understand the lesson her mother gave her, she wanted to say that she thought the scenery her parents brought her to see today was very beautiful, a sight that is simply not seen at home. Zhu Tuan's desire to express herself was particularly strong, and while she was talking, a soft spoon was suddenly stuffed into her little mouth. Kai Yue took the opportunity when she was in a good mood to feed her a bite of high-speed rail rice noodles. It was steadily and firmly stuffed into her mouth, a full spoonful. The little snowball furrowed its brows tightly, clenched its tiny pink fists, and was very unhappy about the sneak attack. The little one proudly twisted its neck, which had no neck, and its pink, soft face puffed up, becoming a large peach. In the afterglow of the sunset, the fine fuzz on the peach could even be seen clearly. The little snowball is showing off to its parents in its own way. You guys have upset the nest, and in a fit of anger, HMPH, it just got a bit angry. The 2 young parents are worried that this stubborn little one will spit out the food in its mouth. To my surprise, the little dumpling chewed a couple of bites and then obediently swallowed it down. The magnificent sunset spread across the entire sky, as Lin Jianian and Kai Yue simultaneously raised their eyes and exchanged a smile with each other. They succeeded. This is the first bite of complimentary food that the snow dumpling has eaten. After feeding the first bite, subsequent feeding went much more smoothly. Kai Yue seized the opportunity and sent the second bite of the high-speed rail rice noodles into Zhu Tuan's mouth. Zhu Tuan frowned tightly, but still obediently swallowed the noodles. Well, who could blame her? After all, Mom and Dad took her cycling today and brought her to see the beautiful orange-red sun, right? More importantly, she had so much fun riding that she was indeed a bit hungry. Kai Yue continued to feed the third bite calmly, and exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Jianian. Lin Jianian understood immediately, winked, and carefully tied the already prepared yellow cat bib around Zhu Tuan's chubby neck. The little snowball sits quietly in her mother's arms, without any resistance. After putting on the bib, the frequency at which Kai Yue feeds the rice flour obviously increased. Occasionally, when a little rice flour mixture flows down from the little snowball's mouth, Lin Jianian immediately gently wipes it away with a wet tissue. The couple works together in perfect harmony, and a bowl of high-speed rice noodles is quickly finished. The taste is still somewhat acceptable, I suppose, Tilda. The chubby little snowball smiled stupidly after eating and drinking, blinking its shiny big eyes at Mom, then turning to look at Dad, its rosy little mouth opening and closing as it babbled in baby talk. Lin Jinian patted the back of the snowball's head, gave a thumbs up and gently praised, "Snowball, you did great today. You finished a whole bowl of rice noodles." Kai Yue, who was cleaning up the Snowball's dishes, glanced at the two and couldn't help but smile faintly. The mother and daughter were obviously not on the same wavelength. The little one held her mother's hand, her mouth moving non-stop, eager to say a lot. Although Lin Jinyan listened attentively, she could only gently pat the little one's head with a helpless smile. Just then, a loud sound of yi-yi-yi-yi suddenly came from behind. Zhu Duan's eyes lit up and she hurriedly looked back, only to see a baby stroller slowly passing by, pushed by a dad wearing a mask and a hat. Sitting in the stroller was a baby a little older than Zhu Duan, with two little pigtails, wearing a white dress, her chubby little feet resting on the stroller handle, basking in the sun leisurely. "Ya-ya. Da-da-da-da." Both babies were babbling in baby talk at the same time, curiously eyeing each other. They are not yet at the age to start making friends, but they share a subtle curiosity and a feeling of mutual understanding as fellow infants. The Snowball sucked on her thumb and actively said, "Angu goo goo." The unfamiliar baby seemed to respond, "Yeah." They were speaking in baby talk that adults couldn't understand, with the soft, sticky sounds of little voices rising and falling, as if there was a faint scent of milk lingering in the air. Lin Jinyan smiled and nodded to the dad behind the stroller. Although the dad was wearing a mask and his face was hard to see, he politely nodded back at Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue. Lin Jinyan suddenly noticed a small detail and raised her gaze towards Kai Yue. Smiling, she said, "Look, the way they are sitting is exactly the same. I saw both little ones lift their tiny feet high and strike the crossed foot pose of the big boss." The unfamiliar baby had their feet on the handlebars, with the right foot resting on the left, while Zhu Tuan stepped on her mother's wrist with her feet, also with the right foot resting on the left. Kai Yue slightly raised her eyebrows, bent down, and deliberately switched Zhu Tuan's left and right feet, placing her right foot underneath and her left foot on top. In the next second, Zhu Tuan quickly switched her two soft, plump feet back, returning to the position of the right foot on top of the left. Kai Yue switched positions again this time. Zhu Duan reacted faster before Kai Yue's hand left her pair of little feet stubbornly returned to their original spot, and she even let out a fierce little growl as if warning her dad not to move her feet. Another little one sitting in a stroller also followed with a fierce little growl. A trace of awkwardness flashed in the eyes of the dad behind her. Both little ones were kicking their feet with an arrogant expression, looking quite sassy. It was as if they were saying, "HMPH, this is the unified sitting posture of our baby world, and you adults have no right to interfere." The unfamiliar baby suddenly performed a forward bend while sitting, grabbing its toes with tiny hands. The Snowball also straightened its plump body forward and easily completed the forward bend while sitting, with its chubby little fingers tightly holding onto its thick bread-like toes, even managing to grasp its heels effortlessly. In comparison, although the Snowball is plump, its flexibility is quite remarkable, making the forward bend while sitting even more challenging. The unfamiliar baby once again used her trump card, leaning against the back of the stroller, with both little feet raised high, pointed straight up at 90 degrees. The Snowball furrowed its fine little eyebrows and leaned into Lin Jinyan's arms, trying hard to stretch its chubby little feet upwards. Clearly, the Snowball wasn't as relaxed as the unfamiliar baby. It had just eaten a full meal, and its tummy was a bit too full, but in the end, it still succeeded in assuming a 90-degree position facing the sky. After playing like this for a while, the two cubs seemed to be genuinely communicating, yet also appeared to be playing on their own. In short, the world of little infants is incomprehensible to adults. The dark gold sun sets, coloring the horizon with a touch of warm yellow. A gentle breeze blows over, and the shimmering golden light dances and falls onto the sea surface, making it look like it is embedded with countless tiny crystals, sparkling and brilliant. The unfamiliar baby's dad glanced at the time, seeing it was about right, waved goodbye to Lin Jian and Kai Yue, and slowly pushed the stroller away. Today, I played outdoors for a long time, and even the usually energetic Snowball was completely out of power. Normally, at this time she would still be crawling around on the mat, chattering nonstop, with bright eyes that seemed like she could stay up until midnight. But tonight it had just passed 8 o'clock, and after finishing her milk, Snowball lay lazily on the cushion, holding her round little belly, her big eyes slightly drooping, and her cherry blossom pink little mouth slightly open, looking drowsy. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue sat on the sofa not far away, their gazes inadvertently falling on Zhu Tuan. Kai Yue pinched the back of Lin Jinyan's neck, his thin lips slightly curved, his tone elongated and slow. "Is this the effect you wanted? You want her to fall asleep by 8 o'clock at night?" Lin Jinyan gently pushed Kai Yue and said irritably, "Aren't you always saying that Zhu Tuan goes to bed too late? Isn't this the effect you wanted? You bad dad." Kai Yue smiled meaningfully and said, "That's right, I do hope she goes to bed earlier so we can have more free time." Lin Jian suddenly felt a tightness in her waist, as if someone was pinching her. She turned her gaze and saw Kai Yue's spirited smile, which carried a hint of mischief, just like that of a 16-year-old boy who occasionally enjoyed playing pranks. Lin Jian's face flushed bright red, and she lowered her voice to say, "Don't mess around, everyone is watching." Aunt Zhao and Aunt Wang quickly averted their eyes, pretending they hadn't seen anything. The husband and wife are more and more attached to each other day by day. They have both gotten used to it. Lin Jinyan quickly pushed aside Kai Yue, coughed lightly as if trying to hide something, stood up as if escaping, and hurriedly walked towards the crawling mat. When she clearly saw what the Snowball was doing, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, and both aunties started laughing along. She saw the Snowball lying on the crawling mat, holding Lin Jinyan's phone, somehow discovering the front camera feature, staring foolishly at the phone screen. The screen of the phone clearly reflected the round pancake face of Zhu Tuan and a shiny drool. It was the first time Zhu Tuan discovered something so fun. She frowned, stretched out her fair little paw to tap the screen, and babbled in a baby voice. So there was such a cute baby living inside the square hand chicken. No wonder Mom loves to hold the hand chicken every day, watching and laughing. Zhu Tuan tilted her head, puckered her little mouth in a showy way, blinked her big eyes, and even playfully stuck out her little tongue, bursting into laughter. The recording button of the front camera was unknowingly turned on, so every little detail of Zhu Tuan is now clearly recorded in Lin Jian's phone. After Snowball fell asleep, Lin Jinyan went to the gym in the basement of his house, working out his glutes and legs while enjoying Snowball's selfie video from tonight. The phone was lying flat on the ground at that time, recording from a low angle. The Snowball looks rounder from this angle, and the round little face resembles a soft, plump peach, with a thin layer of fine fuzz on top. However, there is a droplet of saliva hanging from the corner of the Snowball's mouth, swaying along with her head movements. Lin Jian kept looping the adorable round face of the Snowball, enduring even the soreness from Bulgarian split squats. She wiped the sweat off her forehead, her thighs and glutes slightly trembling. She had maintained her fitness habits since university, and although she did the most basic Pilates and aerobic exercises during pregnancy and postpartum, her strength training had stopped for over a year, so starting again would surely be painful. After finishing a set of Bulgarian split squats, Lin Jian stood up panting, rested for a moment, and then switched to deadlifts. The heavy weights she could easily lift before pregnancy could no longer be lifted now. Lin Jian started with lighter weights, bent over with her knees slightly bent, gripped the barbell, tightened her glutes, and performed a deadlift with a standard form. She still remembers that she was a girl who didn't like sports until high school, but influenced by someone in high school, She gradually began to explore various sports, from jumping rope, running, and climbing mountains at first, to later riding a road bike, strength training with equipment, and various ball games. Exercise not only made her body feel comfortable, but also made her feel stronger from the inside out. Lin Jinyan finished a set of deadlifts, and every pore in her body was sweating. After taking a sip of water, she prepared to use the equipment for Smith machine leg press. At this moment, a round of applause suddenly came from behind her. Lin Zhye looked back and found that Kai Yue had appeared at the gym entrance without him noticing. The man stood casually with his arms crossed, slightly surprised. "Your movements are very standard." Kai Yue was genuinely surprised. In his impression, Lin Zhye during high school was particularly frail, her body so thin that it seemed a gust of wind could knock her down, her skin so pale it was almost transparent, and running 100 meters felt like it could take her life. But the Lin Zhye he met again had not only learned to ride a bike and work out, but also had faint signs of fitness on her body, which was extremely sexy. Kai Yue's gaze swept over her beautiful curves accentuated by her yoga pants, and the man's eyes grew deep, his Adam's apple rolling twice. Noticing the change in Kai Yue's gaze, Lin Jinyan wanted to cover up but couldn't, feeling very regretful for wearing these pants. She came to the gym tonight for two reasons. One was to work out, and the other was to avoid this overly energetic man, but unexpectedly, he still chased her down. Noticing the evasiveness on Lin Jinyan's face, Kai Yue let out an amused chuckle. He was not as anxious as before, but walked slowly into the gym, took off his shirt, wore only a pair of sports shorts, and came to the power rack to practice chest flies. The two were each doing their own training, and for a moment, only the sound of the equipment working could be heard. No one spoke. After finishing his own training, Lin Zhye couldn't help but curiously glance at Kai Yue, his face full of undisguised desire for knowledge. You should know that no matter how much money one spends outside, it is very difficult to find a professional fitness instructor like Kai Yue. Lin Jinyan secretly observed his training methods. The man noticed her gaze and raised his chin, saying, "What's the use of looking? Come here." Lin Jinyan walked over awkwardly, pursing her lips, waiting for Kai Yue to speak. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped by the man's rough big hand, and Kai Yue steadily placed Lin Jinyan's palm on his chest muscles. The man's chest muscles are increasingly thick and full due to engorgement. Each muscle seems to contain strength, showcasing powerful physical abilities. Lin Jai's face turned red as she tried to pull her hand away, but was firmly pressed down by Kai Yue. "Focus, feel the PowerPoint." He did not forget to warn, "Don't touch randomly." The golden kumquat only suffered a slight abrasion on the skin. What the eyes could see was the sharply defined Adam's apple of a man, cold and sculpted like ice, with sharp angles. Under his palm, his skin was slightly cool, with a powerful masculine pheromone scent wafting towards him, creating a strong sense of pressure. The muscular lines, engorged after exercise, were fierce and profound. Lin Jinyan could even feel his strong heartbeat through the rugged outline of Kai Yue's chest muscles. The man's heartbeat is steady and powerful, with a slightly faster rhythm than usual. But it is far from her current panic. Lin Jinyan's cheeks heated up to the base of her ears. She could hear her heart thumping loudly, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. Bad Kai Yue, he must be seducing her. But she was still seduced by this facade. Whether it was the 16-year-old Lin Jinyan or the 24-year-old Lin Jinyan, she always found herself attracted to the man's appearance time and time again. A low, magnetic voice came from above. "Can you feel the point of force? Girls can also practice their chest. Do you want to come over and try?" Lin Jinyan bit her lip and mumbled softly to herself. Is this serious training? Which fitness coach holds their trainee in their arms and lets them touch their chest muscles? Kai Yue, Or do you want to train your back, shoulders, or legs? Where do you want to train? Just tell me, I can take you for training, help you arrange a detailed fitness plan, and ensure that you have a drastic change in your body after 3 months. Looking at Lin Jianyan's jet black hair and the red tip of her ear that she accidentally exposed, the man casually added, teasingly, "Moreover, you can get hands-on experience and feel the muscle activation points. This is a free service." Lin Jinyan finally understood that Kai Yue was deliberately teasing her. She widened her beautiful eyes and glared at him fiercely. Kai Yue tilted his head, looking back at her with great interest, his narrow eyes openly revealing a sense of aggressive desire. Lin Zhizhe only realized years later that her hand had been resting on Kai Yue's pectoral muscles. Just as she wanted to withdraw her hand, the memory of the study material she had bought for 4.99 yuan suddenly popped into her mind. If a woman wants to take control, she must learn to act better than men, keep her composure, and not show fear. Lin Jinyan forced herself to suppress the tremor in her heart, mustering the courage to raise her face and meet Kai Yue's gaze. The man's eyes were as deep as a chasm, like 2 bottomless whirlpools ready to swallow her up. Lin Jinyan tried hard to ignore her impulse to flee, her eyes glancing around as she said lightly, "Although you practice quite well, you could still do a bit more." As she spoke, she brought her fingers together and playfully rubbed his chest, then forced herself to remain calm while her legs felt weak as she walked towards the fridge to grab some water. Kai Yue stood next to the Dragon Gate frame, looking at Lin Jinyan's disappearing figure in surprise, squinting his eyes. Lin Jinyan ultimately did not succeed in turning the tables that night. When she was pressed against the soft bed by the burning hard male body, and truly felt Kai Yue's heat, she completely wilted. Really can't control it. Shall sit herself to death. My dusky rose nightgown, which I wore for the first time, was just ripped apart like this. The tattered silk nightgown hung at the waist, leaving clear fingerprints on the fair skin like jade, as spring suddenly reveals itself. She sobbed softly, without even the strength to struggle, and had to give up her original plan. Koik Yu is aggressively attacking, while Chi Yu pinches her chin with his thumb and says hoarsely, "Weren't you quite talkative tonight? Why aren't you saying anything now?" Lin Jinyan's eyes were blurred with tears, biting her lip as she closed her eyes. The man commanded, "Open your eyes and look at me." Lin Jinyan didn't want to listen to him, stubbornly turning her face away, but when she felt something, she widened her eyes in terror. A strong sense of vibration hit her, almost making her suffocate. It turned out to be a sample product sent by the company where Zhao Mengqi worked, a small toy shaped like a swan. She was clearly hidden deep in a very compact wardrobe. How could Kai Yue find her? Lin Jinyan's voice was broken, crying out lowly, unable to withstand the dual assault of Kai Yue and the little swan. Just as she was about to reach her peak, Kai Yue and the little swan suddenly stopped without any warning. Lin Jianyan was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, with her brows tightly knitted together, as an uncontrollable sense of emptiness surged from deep within her. She involuntarily raised her hands to clasp the man's shoulders, her gaze seductive as if it could drip water. In the darkness, Kai Yue maliciously curled his lips and knowingly asked, "What's wrong? Do you want it?" Lin Jianyan felt like she was about to faint from a high fever. If this continued, her body would definitely have problems. She finally lowered her head and said, "I do." She endured the shame and softly called out squad leader. In her heart, however, she cursed this perverted dog Kai Yue 100 times, secretly vowing that once she fully understood that 499 learning material book, she would definitely ride on his head and lord over him. Now that he held her handle, she could only be at his mercy for the time being. Hearing the long-awaited address, Kai Yue's heart softened into a puddle of spring mud, his eyes sparkling with gentle and bright light. He clearly knows that Lin Jianyan did it on purpose, without a shred of emotion, just scheming to take advantage, but he knows in his heart what a heavy weight this call of class leader holds for him. He could no longer bear to play pranks on her like he just did. The little swan was discarded to the side, and he gently held the petite woman in his arms and kissed her, while Xiao Qiyu was as gentle as its owner. Lin Jinyan seemed to melt into a pool of spring water, as if she had accidentally wandered into a land of bliss. In the midst of floating and sinking, everything was as beautiful as a dream. The man kissed his way from her lips to her neck, biting her earlobe. His tone was fierce, yet filled with deep affection. Lin Jinyan, I really... He still couldn't finish the second half of the sentence. I really like you so much. The kind of love that makes me willing to give everything for you. The next morning, the intense summer sunlight poured down on Lin Jinyan without reservation. Before she opened her eyes, she heard the soft babbling of a baby. Lin Jinyan slightly curled up the corners of her mouth, deliberately keeping her eyes closed to pretend to be asleep. This was a baby language wake-up service she subscribed to for a year, and the experience was really nice. Beep beep tilde. Lin Jinyan slowly opened her eyes and indeed saw the same round and chubby cute face, like a giant peach. The snowball was still wearing a small sleeping bag, evidently just woken up and being carried by an adult to the big bed. Lin Jinyan's rubbed her head, the tenderness in her eyes seemed to melt into water. Whose little treasure is this adorable? You start exuding charm right after waking up. Snowball smiled at her mother, showing 4 small milk teeth, her big eyes curved into crescent moons. Yeah tilde. Lin Jinyan smiled as she turned over to pick up her phone from the bedside table, preparing to take a picture of Snowball. Little Dumpling's eyes widened in surprise as she saw her mother take out that block called Handy Chicken again. Snowball immediately lay on the bed, striking a mermaid pose, one little chubby hand obediently resting by her side, her round little bottom slightly raised, but the expression on her small face was serious and earnest, perfectly illustrating what it means to be beautifully graceful yet utterly serious. Snowball saw her mother laughing so hard next to her that her shoulders were shaking, while her father was beside her, tying his tie and looking at her with a teasing smile. Although Snowball was trying hard to pose, she actually felt very speechless inside. It seems that adults don't look very smart, so let's just humor them a bit. Lin Jinyan quickly sent this mermaid photo to the Snowball's family group to bring warmth to the ants during the work week, and cheekily captioned it, "Who doesn't have a warm baby in their bed?" Several ants couldn't stop praising Zhu Tuan's new pose. Is this the legendary beauty lying down? Oh no, Zhu Tuan should be called Beauty Bao lying down. This is called the precious treasure lying down, or simply called the temptation of the cub. I don't care, I'm going to borrow some sperm to have a child tonight. Kaio kinking, just give it up. Having a child is certainly good, but if you accidentally get entangled with a man, it could be troublesome. He could drain your money and your energy. Let's play with snowballs together. Snowballs are our mutual treasure. Smile. Lin Jinyan replied with a string of ellipses, expressionless. When Lin Jinyan put down the phone, Kai Yue had already tied his tie. The tailor-made high-end suit perfectly accentuated his broad and solid shoulders, while the straight seams of the suit pants highlighted his long and straight legs, exuding a sense of control over the room. Kai Yue was wearing a Patek Philippe watch with a silver silk tie and boat-shaped black diamond cufflinks, every detail exuding ultimate luxury. If it weren't for the knowledge of his misbehavior last night, one might really think he is a refined young gentleman, even more exquisite than a piece of art. Really good at pretending. Kai Yue only heard the word really, so his wife said he was really handsome as soon as she got up in the morning. After the man put on the watch, he looked at himself in the full-length mirror, slightly raised his chin, and had a somewhat arrogant expression. It's okay. Not particularly handsome. Just acceptable. Lin Jai Nyan looked at Kai Yue's back, silently rolled her eyes, then used the AI smart assistant to call the aunt to take care of Zhu Tuan, while she hurried to wash up and change clothes. She is also very busy today, going to the supplier to sign contracts with the person in charge, and then returning to the studio to prepare for the trivial matters of opening the store with Wang Siwen. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue went out together, and the two of them unexpectedly paused, looking at Zhu Tuan, who was leisurely basking in the sun in the center of the courtyard. Today, Zhu Tuan is wearing a white baby dress, with a delicate lace trim on the hem and floral patterns printed on the dress. She has two little pigtails, with a red hairpin on the left and a white hairpin on the right. The chubby little girl is holding a fresh kumquat in her hand, while Aunt Zhao watches her play around with it. She just started adding complimentary food not long ago and can't eat fruit yet. She only holds the kumquat to practice grasping and occasionally gnaws on it. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue stood quietly at the entrance of the yard, watching as Zhutuang gnawed on the kumquat for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the kumquat only sustained some superficial damage. Zhutuang lost interest, and the distracted little one threw the kumquat to Aunt Zhao. At this moment, the little dumpling discovered that her parents were standing by the door, getting ready to go to work. Aunt Zhao was afraid that Zhuduan would cry and fuss because her parents were leaving, so she quickly explained, "Baby, Mommy and Daddy are going to work. When you grow up, you will also have to go to school." Surprisingly, Zhuduan did not cry. She yawned lightly in the sunlight, lazily stretched her little round paws, and her chubby body comfortably wiggled a couple of times. "Oh dear. I truly envy everyone who can go to work and school. Unlike her, she can only sleep at home." Saturday, our sweet snow studio. Lin Jinyan sat at her desk, mechanically clicking the mouse with a weary expression. Every aspiring fashion designer who hasn't dreamed of owning their own designer brand store. But when one truly takes the step to realize this dream, they suddenly realize that there is a chasm difficult to cross between imagination and reality. She once thought she would be dressed in luxurious clothes, with exquisite makeup, sitting leisurely by the large floor-to-ceiling window, gently sipping coffee and overlooking the bustling streets of the CBD. When inspiration struck, she would dive into her creations, designing super popular items that even stars flocked to, and ultimately received an invitation to the Paris Fashion Week stage, becoming a renowned designer recognized worldwide. Instead of like now, with unkempt hair staring at cost analysis spreadsheets, the calculator in hand going tap-tap, fabric 20, processing fee 20, packaging 3. If the retail price is set at 4 times the cost price, then the price for this piece of clothing is 172 yuan. Wang Siwen, Zhai Zai, our store setup is basically complete. Come and take a look at the details page. Lin Jinyan walked over with her hair tousled and slippers on, carefully checking the online store page made by the outsourcing company with Wang Siwen. Wang Siwen, currently our content is not rich enough. Just highlight these aspects on the details page: security certification, fabric close-ups, and some scene-based outfits. When the products are launched, follow the title formula of core words plus attribute words plus scene words. Seeing Lin Jinyan's puzzled expression, Wang Siwen helplessly picked up a small piece of clothing and gestured. "It's very easy to understand. Just like this one, it's called Newborn Baby Onesie, Class A, pure cotton, antibacterial treatment, 4-season style, close-fitting, breathable and sweat-absorbing." Lin Jinyan, okay. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Luckily, with the experienced operator Wang Siwen around, she really couldn't manage this alone. Wang Siwen twirled the pen in her hand and gently discussed, "In fact, we are already well prepared. We have 2 series, Animal Adventure and Colorful Princess, each with 6 SKUs. So when exactly should we open the store?" Lin Jinyan opened the calendar and after a moment of thought said, "How about we schedule it for the end of this month? The 27th sounds good. We can ask Raven to help Zuduan take a few more sets of materials so that after the store opens, it won't be so rushed. Although Wang Siwen felt that it could be done a bit earlier, she thought being cautious wasn't a bad idea, so she nodded in agreement. All right, we'll go with your suggestion. Aren't you heading back to your alma mater today? Hurry up, I'll take care of the remaining tasks. Lin Zhizheng looked up at the clock on the wall. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the centenary celebration of the school at number 7 was set to start at 3:30. Woo-woo, thank you, Wenwen. I'm rushing to put on some makeup now. She quickly changed into a simple little white dress, slipped on the high heels she had prepared earlier, and by the time Lin Zhizheng was doing her makeup in front of the mirror, Kai Yue had already brought a certain excited little chubby cub to the studio. The snowball often comes to the studio to take photos and play, and is already very familiar with this place. Although Lin Jinyan always feels sorry that Zhu Tuan started working at such a young age, Zhu Tuan is always particularly excited every time she comes. She loves to wear various beautiful and cute little clothes, play with fun little toys and props, and has 2 delicate little bows tied in her hair. Sometimes she even wears a wig, and you can't imagine how happy she is. When Zhu Tuan saw Wang Siwen, she enthusiastically greeted her with baby talk. And her chubby little face turned as red as an apple. Wang Siwen nodded at Kai Yue and said, President Kai. Then she smiled at Zhu Tuan and said, Hello, little friend Kai Zhu, our Ira brand spokesperson. Zhu Tuan sat in her father's arms. Her little face was rosy, paired with a pair of large, bright eyes sparkling like stars and a sweet smile, making her look just like a traditional painted doll figurine. Today, the little dumpling is wearing a mint green puff sleeve chiffon romper skirt, with a headband in the same color as the dress, and her chubby little feet are in white lace short socks. The skirt is a normal cut from Ira Sweet Snow, but on Snow Dumpling it makes her belly look quite round. Lin Jinyan, with her makeup done, hurriedly walked out in high heels. Have you been waiting long? Kai Yue, holding Snow Dumpling with one hand, raised an eyebrow slightly. We just arrived. When Zhu Tuan saw her mother, her big eyes turned into crescent moons with a smile. Lin Zhai Nian patted Zhu Tuan's head and said, Little one, today your dad and mom are taking you back to your alma mater to have some fun. Zhu Tuan's little face was confused, although she didn't know what this alma mater was. Since her dad and mom were warmly inviting her, it wouldn't hurt to go play a little Tilda. However, 20 minutes later, when the black Cullinan slowly parked by the roadside, Zhu Tuan did not see the so-called alma mater, because the entrance to number 7 high school was already blocked by vehicles attending the school celebration. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue had no choice but to get off at a place 2 intersections away from Qizhang, and the two walked slowly while pushing the stroller. Along the way there are all kinds of small shops, including milk tea shops, stationery stores, Shaxian snacks and meat and vegetable stores. The narrow street is bustling with people. Middle-aged women with permed hair buying vegetables, young people with dyed yellow hair just coming out of internet cafes, office workers in suits and ties walking hurriedly, and students in school uniforms are all moving back and forth on this small path leading to the entrance of Qizhang. Qizhang is located in a busy urban area, and just across the street is a city's famous commercial district, making the surrounding environment quite complex. Yet, in this seemingly chaotic environment, Qizhang has nurtured generation after generation of outstanding alumni, with its enrollment rate and rate of students admitted to key universities consistently ranking first in the entire A city. There were once parents who questioned why Qizhang, which has policy support every year and significant alumni donations, does not relocate to a spacious and quiet new urban area, but insists on staying in this old and bustling city center to build a high school. The principal at that time did not respond directly, but people had various opinions among themselves. One of the most widely circulated rumors is that the century-old spirit of Kijang was not formed overnight. It has long been integrated into every brick and tile here. To speak in a rather mystical way, a unique feng shui pattern has already formed here, nurturing every student who studies at Kijang as well as every alumnus who graduates from it, which cannot be easily broken. Therefore, Kijang has always adhered to its century-old tradition and has not relocated. Because today is the school anniversary, the main gate is wide open. A striking red banner celebrating the centennial hangs at the entrance, and the honor wall is filled with photos of outstanding graduates who have been admitted to top universities like Tsinghua and Peking, or to prestigious institutions abroad. The two of them strolled with a stroller to the honor wall. Lin Jianian looked at the neatly arranged photos in front of her, and her heart was filled with emotions. Her eyes couldn't help but slightly redden. She couldn't help but think back to that time before the college entrance exams. The admission notices from foreign universities came early, and it was on this honor wall that she learned about Kai Yue's whereabouts. Kai Yue went abroad after finishing his sophomore year, and from then on, they lost all contact. The one who has a secret crush after losing their connection has no excuse or opportunity to get close anymore. They are like two parallel lines that briefly intersect before gradually drifting apart, their distance growing greater. But some people are like this. Even if they are far across the ocean, they can still become the objects of admiration and the driving force for those left behind. Every time Lin Jinyan passes by the honor wall, she silently gazes at Kai Yue's photo. It is an ID photo, with messy hair covering his forehead. The boy's expression is very cool, with not a trace of a smile, looking as if he was forced to take the photo, but his face cannot hide that air of arrogance and confidence. Every time Lin Jinyan sees this photo, she feels that the heavy burden of her backpack on her shoulders has lessened considerably. The eyes, once dulled by the fierce competition of intensive training for the art exam and the anxiety of ranking by age, miraculously regained their brightness. She took a deep breath, put on her headphones, and continued listening to English. By the time she left the honor wall, she was already walking confidently with her head held high and a light step. It was as if announcing to the world that the difficulties that once weighed her down have become the foundation for her transformation. That photo on the honor wall of the pond laureate accompanied her through the final days and nights of her Gaokao preparations. Therefore, during her adolescence, this man was not only the object of her first crush, but also a symbol as irreplaceable as the white moonlight. Lin Jinyan was immersed in her memories when her husband suddenly asked in her ear, "What are you thinking about?" She struggled to pull herself out of the memories, turning her face away to avoid his gaze, holding back tears that were almost overflowing. At this moment, her gaze happened to land on the little dumpling sitting in the baby carriage. The June sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dancing spots of light on the curious little face of the snow dumpling. She blinked her big eyes, curiously observing this unfamiliar place. The milk dumpling was wearing a green little dress, tightly gripping a teething stick in her hand, occasionally putting it in her mouth to nibble on, with a quiet and obedient expression that surprisingly gave her a bit of a little lady's temperament. In order to avoid Kai Yue's continued questioning, Lin Jianian blurted out while pointing at the honor wall, "I was just thinking if the snow dumpling could make it onto the honor wall when she grows up." Suddenly mentioned, the snowball gnawing on a teething stick, "What's going on?" Kai Yue's gaze swept over the fluffy head of the snowball, his eyebrows slightly raised. "What's so difficult about being on the honor wall? The snowball will achieve even greater success in the future." Although he said the second half of his sentence with a hint of uncertainty, it's always correct to offer a beautiful blessing to such a small child. The snowball furrowed its light brows, waved its tiny paws in the air a few times, and defiantly placed its slightly tired little feet on the handle of the baby stroller. then expressed its thoughts to mom and dad in baby language with ya ya. Her little belly is filled with ink, full of words she wants to say to her mom and dad, but she's not sure if the not-so-smart adults can understand. Just then, a high school sophomore filled with resentment passed by the honor wall and threw a remark at the two young parents. Tisk, it's better to roll oneself than to roll the child. Lin Jinyan awkwardly scratched his head. Zhu Tuan deeply agrees with that statement. If you adults like the honor wall, then you can climb it yourself. If you adults like great achievements, then you can work hard to achieve them yourself. Why do we have to ask her? The little bun babbled on about a lot of things, with her mouth puffed up and her little face looking huffy. Lin Jinyan's face flashed with a hint of helpless affection. She didn't know that her daughter was actually a chatterbox and had a bit of a spoiled temperament. I don't know who inherited this talkative trait, but with such an arrogant personality, she must have taken after her father. At that moment, she suddenly felt a flirtatious pinch on her butt, and Lin Jinyan widened her eyes in shock, taking a step aside. The man frowned slightly, lifted his chin, and asked, "Why do you look so down? Have you been too tired lately?" Ever since she arrived at school, Lin Jinyan has felt a bit off, and her mood doesn't seem too good either. The father and daughter both have the same tough expression. The difference is that Kai Yue is both handsome and tough, while Zhu Tuan is round and tough. Both of them looked at her eagerly, insisting that she give them an explanation. "You all." Lin Jai Nian had her hands on her hips, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. The bittersweet and complex sense of nostalgia from just coming to the 7th middle school has completely dissipated at this moment. Good. The school grass by Yuiguang has upgraded to being my husband by Miffin. After many years, Lin Jinyan once again saw Kai Yue standing on the podium of the auditorium giving a speech. At this moment, the auditorium was packed, people jostling each other, and the intensity of the scene was even more fervent than it was back then. The young man's calm and powerful voice spread to every corner of the auditorium. When a parabola reaches its lowest point, what accumulates is the upward force. Lin Jinyan sat in the front row holding a soft snowball, with Xiao Menqi and Kaio Kinking sitting on either side of her, acting as the guardians of the little snowball friend. Xiao Menqi lowered her voice and said, "Jizzy, your partner hasn't changed much since high school." Kaio Kinking couldn't help but sigh. I still remember the scene when he gave a speech to the grade. Who would have thought that so many years have passed in a blink of an eye? I always feel like I just graduated from the 7th middle school yesterday. Lin Jinyan squeezed the snowball in her arms, who was happily gnawing on a teething stick. Her eyes slightly curved as she whispered in the little one's ear, "Baby, do you know, Daddy often gave speeches at school when he was young. Don't be fooled by his usual carefree appearance towards studying. He always managed to stay in the top 5 of the grade in every exam. Mommy thinks Daddy must be the type to secretly get up in the middle of the night to study, then turn around and tell everyone he didn't study hard. Such a tricky guy." The snowball snuggled nicely in Lin Jinyan's arms. It was her first time seeing so many people, and her bright, round eyes curiously darted around. Her little voice was both obedient and soft, as if agreeing with what her mother said, "Da, yeah, tilde." Lin Jinyan took a baby wet wipe and carefully wiped the little hands of Zutwang that had been soaked in saliva. He then raised his eyes and cast his gaze directly at the spirited man on the stage. The young man on stage, dressed in a suit, gradually resembled the vibrant boy in his memory who wore the Kijang school uniform. However, now Kai Yue's posture was even straighter, like a tall pine standing firm. His facial features were more rugged and deep than before, his shoulders broader and sturdier, exuding a calm demeanor that had been tempered by the passage of time. But no matter how time flows, both the young man and the boy he once was have the same bright eyes, full of vigor and spirit. It is not arrogance born of contempt, but a confidence that springs from the depths of the heart, vibrant and upward, as if no difficulty in the world could bend his spine. Just a glance is enough to reignite a passionate longing for life. What the seventh school taught me is not the standard answer, but the courage to believe in possibilities even in desperate situations. The proudest masterpiece of my alma mater has never been an individual, but the brilliant galaxy formed by generations of students illuminating and gathering together. As soon as the words fell, the audience burst into thunderous applause. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zio Menki's face, but she quickly teased with a smile. Alas, it's really enviable. How come some people still look like high school students after all these years, with light in their eyes? I feel like I've aged more than 10 years and completely embody the atmosphere of the class. Lin Jai Nyan was about to say something to comfort her when the little dumpling in her arm stretched out its soft white paw and gently tugged at Zio Menki's clothing. The little dumpling blinked its big eyes, and its chubby peach-shaped face was rosy and cute, babbling in a sweet and babyish voice. Aunt Zio is not old. Aunt Zio is a beautiful aunt. In Aunt Zio's eye, a cluster of bright lights is reflected. Although Zio Menki couldn't understand baby talk, she could see the sincere and pure gaze of Zhu Tuan. Zhu Tuan was cheering her on. A wave of warmth surged in her heart, and the faint sadness that lingered was instantly dispelled without a trace by the cute little dumpling. Zio Menki couldn't help but pinch the little face of the snow dumpling. "Why are you so endearing, little one? You're like a succulent, juicy peach." The little snow dumpling had a rosy little face, shyly nibbling at the corners of her mouth. Zio Menki smiled brightly as she gave the little dumpling all sorts of whimsical nicknames. "Snow dumpling, you are a super bouncy beauty sponge, a sweet and delicious matcha cake. Oh right, you are also a plump, big oyster." Lin Jinian. What kind of strange metaphors are these? It's surprising she could come up with them. Zhu Duan was also confused by these novel metaphors, with a head full of question marks. Kaio Ai, sitting on the other side of Zhu Duan, couldn't help but join in the baby-teasing fun. She reached out to ruffle Zhu Duan's round head and pinched his chubby little chin, softly exclaiming, "Baby, your plump chin really touches Ai's heart." Lin Jinian. These best friends are all masters of sweet talk. Is there anything they cannot do? The little dumpling is being praised. She feels so elated, with her big eyes curving up, thinking that the aunties all love her so much. When the little one is happy, she instinctively rubs her feet against each other. With that rub, her socks come off, revealing two tender little feet. She even nonchalantly places her little chubby feet on the armrest of the chair next to her. Hee, Zhu Duan's little feet are so cute. Thick like bread, no heels, only the top of the foot. Lin Jinian glanced at the little one, who was striking a very domineering pose, and felt utterly speechless. A certain alumni sitting in the last row glimpsed that chubby bread foot through the gap between the seats in front. He knew that this was the daughter of the campus heartthrob Kai Da and senior sister Lin, who had secretly taken a photo of Zhu Tuan's elevated foot, intentionally captioning it on the Kijang forum. Surprising. A woman takes off her shoes in public and puts her feet on the chair. The moment the photo was posted, it exploded. This little brat is so arrogant. She seems not to be paying attention to her dad's speech at all. Jojo is tired, finding a place to lean on. "So cute, can you put this foot on my shoulder? Who can ask Sister Lin in the auditorium for me if the little one will come out or not? I'll cover the shipping cost." Lin Jinian was completely unaware that her precious daughter was being discussed heatedly on the forum of the 7th middle school. She sat straight like she did in her student days, fully focused on listening to Kai Yue's speech. Kai Yue's speech lasted no more than half an hour, and most of the content was about expressing gratitude for the meticulous nurturing from his alma mater and encouraging current students to strive for progress. These are all typical topics. However, when he spoke, it was particularly captivating. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After the speech, Kai Yue was surrounded by school leaders, reporters, and enthusiastic students. Lin Jinyan was worried that the crowd and noise would make the currently happy little group feel restless. After all, once the little group felt upset, the following itinerary would be anything but smooth. So she hurriedly held the chubby little one, crossed the bustling crowd, and came to the lawn outside the auditorium to bask in the sun. The scorching sun in June was intense and bright, illuminating the lawn to reveal a vivid and dripping emerald green. In the center of the lawn stood a statue of a woman, said to be one of the founders of the school. Lin Jian put a light-colored flower sun hat on the little one, holding the small bundle while strolling along the path in the middle of the lawn. She leaned close to the snowball's ear and whispered softly about the history of the school. The little one seemed to understand and not understand, curiously looking around with big eyes, while their chubby short legs swung back and forth. The mother and daughter arrived at the statue, and Lin Juyan was just about to introduce the history behind the statue to the little one when a sound of footsteps came from behind, followed by a clear yet slightly cold voice. Lin Juyan. Lin Juyan was taken aback for a moment and turned around while holding the snowball. Just a few steps away, Chen Jiashu was quietly standing there, still handsome with a refined demeanor, wearing a pair of half-frame glasses, dressed in a clean and tidy white shirt, with the collar buttoned up neatly to the top button, looking not much different from his appearance in high school. Lin Jinyan met an old classmate, waved to him, and politely asked, "Chen Jiashu, long time no see, what have you been busy with recently?" Chen Jiashu nodded, his expression gentle. "I've partnered with a few old classmates to open a law firm." After saying this, he handed a business card to Lin Jinyan, who received it with both hands. Chen Jiashu's gaze slowly moved from Lin Jinyan's face to the little bundle in her arms, his voice carrying an ambiguous emotion. "Is this your daughter?" Before Lin Jinyan could respond, Snowball eagerly answered for her. She stretched out her little round paw and waved, her cute little face lifting with pride, and in a sweet voice she said, "Duh." Lin Jinyan smiled lightly and said, "Yes." Chen Jiashu's gaze flickered with complexity as he carefully examined the chubby, round little cub in front of him, maintaining a polite smile on his face. "I'm sorry, during your wedding, I happened to be working on a project out of town and couldn't make it back. Your daughter is really cute, just like you." Whenever someone compliments Zhu Tuan on being cute, Zhu Tuan can't help but giggle, and its chubby little body will pretentiously twist around, striking a pose it considers even cuter. Lin Jinyan looked helplessly at this drama queen cub. "Does she look like me? Many people say she resembles her father." As soon as Zhu Tuan heard this, her little brow instantly furrowed, and she angrily clenched her small pink fists, humming in a childish voice. She didn't want to be like her dad. Dad has a mustache and terrifying tattoos. Zhu Tuan felt like she was like her mom, because her mom is always beautiful and fragrant at all times. While thinking, Zhu Tuan snuggled against her mom, affectionately rubbing her little face against her mom's neck, making a soft, childlike cooing sound. Lin Jinyan felt itchy, and her eyebrows and eyes curved up. No one noticed that Chen Jiashu quietly clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hand slightly bulging. It seems they are doing very well now. Because compared to high school, Lin Jinyan seems to have turned into a completely different person. She is no longer the pale-skinned, slender girl who always shyly bowed her head and spoke in a soft voice. Now she is bright and generous, radiating an aura of happiness and relaxation all over. There is no need to inquire specifically. It's obvious who brought about these changes in her. Chen Jiashu was lost in past memories and didn't notice the footsteps of someone approaching. "Wife." Kai Yue walked towards the auditorium with large strides, his expression calm, simply calling out to Lin Jianian. Then he tilted his head slightly and said, slightly surprised, "Jiashu, you're here too. Long time no see." "Chen Jiashu, Yueji, long time no see." Although Chen Jiashu adjusted himself within a few seconds, Kai Yue still caught the fleeting look of confusion on his face. Kai Yue slightly squinted his eyes, a trace of barely noticeable displeasure crossing his face. Lin Jianian looked at Kai Yue as if she saw a savior, hurriedly stuffing the snowball into the man's arms. "You finally came. Why is the snowball getting heavier? My wrist is about to break from the strain." Her tone unconsciously carried a hint of coquetry, which improved Kai Yue's originally poor mood considerably. The snowball was bewilderingly handed over by the adult. She stretched out her 5 little fingers, mindlessly fiddling in the air, her big eyes unfocused, looking dazed and silly. Lin Jinian couldn't stop laughing at her silly appearance. "Zuduan, why do your movements look like fortune-telling?" Zuduan pouted her small mouth and protested with a woo. Kai Yue raised her eyebrows slightly, and her tone was a bit strange. "Don't doubt it, Zuduan really does have a natural talent for fortune-telling." Lin Jinian did not expect Kai Yue to respond like this and laughed. "What did Zhu Tuan tell Mom? What did you calculate?" "Zhu Tuan." "Chen Jiashu." Kai Yue's gaze swept over Lin Jinian and Chen Jiashu, who was standing not far away, and he secretly sneered in his heart. "What can be calculated? Of course, it's that you and Chen Jiashu are completely incompatible. Zuduan's little hands can not only predict fortunes, but also grab things to eat." She sat quietly in her father's arms, her small round paw holding a rice cracker, her white chubby fingers tightly gripping it, accurately and unerringly bringing the food to her mouth, munching on it with great enjoyment. For Zuduan, finger food is much more interesting than regular complimentary food. She loves this feeling of being in control, eating however she likes. It's simply too freeing. A crispy rice cracker, Snowball takes a bite from the top and then nibbles from the side. When she wants to eat, she happily puts it in her mouth to taste. When she doesn't want to eat, she just holds it in her hand and stares blankly, and no one can force her to eat or not eat. Of course, Snowball never has a moment when she doesn't want to eat. She happily kicks her short legs in her father's arms, her chubby body also wiggling along. She's reminding her dad that she has finished the rice cracker and wants another one quickly. However, Dad seems a bit strange today. Usually, whenever Zhu Tuan moves, Dad immediately turns his head and asks her what's wrong. But today, Dad did not notice her little movements. Dad and Mom are chatting with Uncle Chen and Uncle Li. Zhu Tuan watches them, exchanging words and discussing a terribly boring topic. Zhu Tuan is a bit unhappy. Her cherry blossom-colored little mouth pouts, and she stretches out her small round claw to demonstrate the baby claw technique on Dad's arm. Kai Yue was caught off guard and pinched unexpectedly. He furrowed his brows and turned his head to look at the snowball. No experience. People who have not experienced it can hardly imagine that this cute, chubby little snowball, when pinched, can be the most painful. It seems she was born to exert force, concentrating that ominous bad energy in her thumb and index finger, twisting at a tricky angle on the adult's body, leaving a red mark that won't fade for several days. Kai Yue looked at the snowball and didn't say a word for a moment. Lin Jianian, with her sharp eyes, noticed that the little one was using the heartless sharp claw pliers to perform the baby claw technique on Kai Yue. She hurriedly walked up to the snowball and said, "Snowball, didn't Mommy tell you before that you can't pinch adults casually?" The snowball cried out a couple of times, its little eyebrows furrowed into tiny worms, and its little mouth pursed into a straight line, looking extremely wronged. Boo-hoo, she didn't do it on purpose. She had just reminded her dad once that her rice cake was already finished, but no one paid attention to her. How can this be blamed on her? Lin Jinian knew very well how strong her own child was. She sighed helplessly and said to Kai Yue, "Take off your coat, let me see where the snowball pinched you." Kai Yue remained silent and quietly took off his suit jacket. Lin Jinian casually took over the coat, unbuttoned his shirt cuffs and rolled them up. There was a clear red mark printed next to the tattoo on his forearm. Lin Jinyan asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Kaiyue replied, "A little." The scene of the three of them, seemingly unaware of their surroundings and being very intimate, made Chen Jiashu's smile on his face stiffen a little. Li Mingzhu silently rolled his eyes at Kaiyue, thinking that this brother really knows how to act. However, in front of his former rival, he preferred not to expose him. Lin Jinyan pointed at the red marks on Kaiyue's arm and gently reasoned with Zhu Tuan, saying, "Zhu Tuan, look, Daddy is a little hurt from being pinched by you. Our little hands can be used to eat and to shake hands with others, but they shouldn't be used to pinch or hit people, okay? Mommy knows that you are still small and sometimes can't control your little hands, but please try not to pinch adults anymore in the future, all right?" The Snowball Committee pouted, with a pair of little pink fists clenched tightly, softly making a sound. Aowu tilde. Lin Jinyan pinched the soft, chubby neck flesh of the baby and gently said, "Good baby." Although Zhu Tuan knew she was wrong, she still wanted to act spoiled with Mom and Dad. She lifted her little bun feet, her chubby ankles resting on her dad's arm, her little mouth babbling. Lin Jinyan immediately understood Zhu Tuan's meaning. She took off the chunky socks from the plump cub and tickled the soft soles of her fair feet. Zhu Tuan's 5 little toes wiggled back and forth, her face displaying a look of wanting to hide but not wanting to hide, giggling continuously with ki, while her chubby body shook with laughter. Lin Jinyan was teasing Zhu Tuan, her gaze gentle, her eyes hiding sparkles, and a smile on her lips like a spring breeze. Kaiyue watched the interaction between the mother and daughter, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Until Lin Jinyan said, "Little fool, you are really so cute." For some reason, Kaiyue's expression suddenly turned cold, and his thoughts drifted back many years ago. Back then, he had also heard Lin Jinyan say the same thing, but that was when she was speaking to a small stray cat near the school. Kaiyue still remembered that day. She was squatting by the bushes with a big backpack, reaching out to tease the little cow-colored stray cat. The boy standing under the eaves reached up to tidy his short hair, buttoned his school uniform shirt all the way to the top, and then frowned as he unbuttoned the top button. Buttoning up completely is too stiff and not handsome enough. After confirming that everything was in order, the boy silently cleared his throat, tucked his hands into his pockets, and struck a cool and indifferent pose, preparing to walk over to the girl who was playing with a cat. But unexpectedly, someone was a step ahead of him. Chen Jiashu stood beside the girl, adjusted his glasses, leaned down, and said something softly to Lin Jinyan. Lin Jinyan looked up at him and smiled, her eyes particularly brightened by the laughter. The two of them teased the cat together. The summer sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light on Lin Jianyan and Chen Jiashu, like a warm-toned oil painting, beautiful enough to make one unable to look away. The laughter of the young girl and boy, along with the meow-meow of the cow-colored kitten, all echoed in Kaiyue's ears, and he found the whole thing extraordinarily jarring, as if his heart had been sharply stabbed by something. Kaiyue stood in the shadows, his eyes filled with a deep, gloomy haze. He could no longer take a glance, his hands clenched into fists in his pockets, and he turned around and left without looking back. At this moment, Chen Jiashu looked at Lin Jinyan's side profile while teasing the snowball, and he also recalled the little cow cat that always lingered near Kijan. That little cat was very shy. When others approached it, it wanted to hide, but every time Lin Jinyan got close to it, it would obediently let her pet its head. Lin Jinyan seemed to never be able to resist any cute little things, and those cute little things were always attracted to her. But Chen Jiashu was different. He hated all things cute and beautiful, despising all happy people in the world. He still remembered one afternoon after school when he walked down the teaching building to buy a pack of cigarettes at the small shop by the school gate, unintentionally seeing Lin Jinyan playing with a cat by the lawn. The girl seemed very happy, Her slightly round eyes were bright black, curving into two shallow crescents. Chen Jiashu scoffed disdainfully and was about to walk past quickly, but suddenly noticed a figure standing quietly not far away, staring intently at the girl. Chen Jiashu's clear and refined face was shadowed by an aura that was completely at odds with his own temperament. He was the person he hated the most in school, Kai Yue. That person had been standing at the top of the pyramid since birth. Even when he slept in class, he could still score better than others. He didn't even have to deliberately make friends, yet had a bunch of people surrounding him. And even without any preparation, he could lead the debate team to win first place. He even had a great personality. Chen Jiashu glanced down at the pair of sneakers on his feet that were worth 4 digits. During the last basketball game, his basketball shoes were so old that the soles had slightly cracked, and he thought no one would notice this small detail. But unexpectedly the next day, Kai Yue actually gave him a brand new pair of shoes, saying with a smug expression, "I bought too many and I can't use them, so you can wear them." In front of such a brilliant person, Chen Jiashu felt like a mouse hiding in a dark corner, exuding an aura of inferiority and lowliness, and he couldn't lift his head at all. Who cares about his fake concern? He must be watching him laugh. I've really had enough. Why do some people have everything without effort, while no matter how hard I try, I can never reach others' starting points? This world is really unfair. Chen Jiashu stopped in his tracks, his expression dark as he stared at Kai Yue's retreating figure, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. He adjusted his glasses, a graceful and refined smile resurfacing on his face as he walked towards the girl who was feeding the cat. He played with the cat alongside Lin Jinyan, saying insincere compliments while keeping his peripheral gaze on Kai Yue's departing figure. A brilliant plan formed in his mind. Kai Yue, you can't have everything go your way all the time. Although I have given you everything. But I will do everything I can to make sure you can't have the person you like. Time flies and many years have passed. After experiencing the trials and tribulations of society, witnessing the malice of human nature and the coldness of the world, Chen Jiashu is no longer that young man whose pride could shatter with just a touch. By the lawn, Chen Jiashu took off his half-frame glasses and carefully wiped the lenses with the glasses cloth he carried with him. After cleaning, he put his glasses back on, and his face wore the signature smile again, but this time, he took a step back, retreating into the shadow beneath the tree. He no longer stood in the sunlight as a participant but as a bystander, silently watching a family of 3 standing in the sunlight. There was a trace of guilt hidden in his eyes that he was unwilling to acknowledge. Kai Yue was holding the snowball, while Lin Jianyan stood beside the father and son. And the big star, the snowball, is being surrounded by a group of old monsters again. Although Kai Yue's expression was a bit unpleasant, every familiar passerby couldn't help but come over to tease the snowball. Yo yo yo, which little friend is this? It seems that not every country's future is a flower. She could also be a succulent. Little friend, what do you like? How about coming home with Auntie? Auntie's house has delicious food. Everyone not only teases with words but also often secretly touches the little snowball's feet or hands when Kai Yue and Lin Jianyan are not paying attention. Some even bolder ones directly tempt the little snowball with toys, and even take the opportunity to touch her round little belly. The little snowball is holding a pile of toys, making all the beautiful aunties and handsome uncles laugh out loud with giggles. The shiny big eyes curved into a crescent, revealing 4 small white teeth. The little dumpling doesn't care about her parents' grumpy faces, being as enthusiastic as a little son, cheerfully greeting everyone. Ya tilde da da. She loves playing with her uncles and aunts. She is incredibly happy playing with them. Lin Jinyan. This child really enjoys the feeling of being pursued by everyone. Lin Jinyan crossed her arms, feeling a hint of subtle jealousy in her heart. Mainly, these old classmates are really going too far. Just watching is fine, but they sneakily take the chance to touch her. Do they really think she hasn't noticed? This feeling of jealousy became even more intense after she logged onto the Kijang forum. The post about Zhu Tuan stepping on the chair has gone viral, and there are a ton of comments following it, all teasing Zhu Tuan. Sister Lin, when will this baby be available for purchase? I want to place an order. Roll back upstairs, I came first, I want to order a dozen. Baby, I'm going to take you away first. Let the school hunk Kai and Sister Lin have another one. Lin Jinyan did not remain anonymous and replied with a pursed lip. Sorry everyone, I have no time to spare. The Centennial School celebration event concluded successfully, and Lin Jixian and Kai Yue had originally planned to take their child home early for dinner, but the three of them unknowingly strolled to the outer area of the basketball court. Kai Yue suddenly had an idea, pinched the face of the snowball in his arms and asked, "Do you want to see Daddy play basketball?" At that moment, the sunset was just right, the sunlight gentle and not